Hey guys, tonight we're hunching over salt-crusted sails aboard a Genoese trading ship, gentle Mediterranean waves, rocking you like some tipsy toddler. You probably won't survive an actual medieval voyage, scurvy being the original influencer diet. But your thumbs stay intact tonight. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your location and local time, bonus points if you're watching from Genoa's harborfront condos. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Twilight sinks into the creaking planks beneath your knees. Every sway feels deliberate, some ancient rhythm even landlubbers recognize. A needle flashes, sharp sting blooming on your thumb before the wave's lull steals the pain. That torn canvas isn't fixing itself. Resin glue smells like a pine forest burning down, filling your nose, an oddly comforting stench. Historians note Genoese cogs hauled silk and spices across the Mediterranean. Mostly they hauled broken sails, though. Your fingernail digs at a wax seal, crumbling like Roman ruins under pressure. Call it job security. Hempen threads tangle your sigh, get swallowed by timbers groaning below deck. Wind slaps your cheeks, carrying whispers from Marseille. Or maybe Smyrna. Those traders never scrubbed cinnamon out of their beards properly. Someone once tried waterproofing sails with bacon fat. We don't do that tonight. Even the seagulls refused that experiment. Lantern light bleeds gold onto the damage, a gash stretching toward the mast. Stitching here feels like closing a wound on a living thing. Thread snaps again, because medieval craftsmanship hated efficiency. Your thimble looks suspiciously like a repurposed thistle cap. Night settles deeper, stars blinking awake above threadbare rigging. The sea shifts from indigo to black ink. No compass needed, true north thrums in your wrist bones. Historians still argue whether these ships had proper sleeping quarters. You don't care. The deck's your bed, your workshop, your entire world tonight. Tar pot bubbles like a cauldron, its fumes making your eyes water. Pull the thread tighter until your knuckles bleach white. Waves applaud each finished stitch. Salt cakes your lips, reminding you Normandy's shores are weeks away. That torn edge resembles Venice's crumbling canals. The metaphor writes itself. Muscles scream a chorus of complaints from shoulders to fingertips. Welcome to 14th century CrossFit. Forget dumbbells, hauling wet canvas builds character. And blisters, your needle wobbles, determined to betray you, sinking into fabric like teeth. Wind freshens, cutting through your wool tunic, playing tag with unfinished stitches. Stars multiply, Ptolemy's spilled astronomy chart above. Smell that, night blooming jasmine carried from some unseen shore, or maybe rotten rigging. Romance fades fast on open water. A gull's cry pierces the quiet, judging your progress. Check that patch, does it hold? Breathe deep salt and pine resin the perfume of hard-won repairs. Frayed edges surrender beneath your awl. One down, 83 to go. Fingers cramp betrayed by their own tendons, rub their ache, knuckles popping, warmth returning like tide water. Dark water stretches forever, oblivious to your tiny conquests. The moon rises, an overachiever tonight, painting everything bone white. Just another night, mending the world, one torn seam at a time. Your fingers trace the longest gash, its edges frayed like storm-tossed kelp. This rent runs clean to the mast, a wound from last week's Tramontana blast. Genoese cogs needed such fixes often. Their square sails took brutal punishment on Mediterranean runs. Experts claim these ships carried nearly 90% of all medieval trade wine, their holds reeking of oak and Malmsey. Thread hisses through the tar pot, thick pine resin clings with greedy hunger. You smile, this stuff's stickier than a Lucan banker's fingers. Tar wasn't just for sails. Some deckhands swore bubbling resin predicted squalls. A fringe belief, like sailors who thought whistling summoned tides. Your thumb rubs the pot rim, stickiness feels somehow reassuring. Undecked cargo holds yawn beneath your knees, the cog's belly full of Flemish wool. Historians still argue whether merchant captains paid harbor fees per sail tier or total length. A ridiculous debate, as if waves cared for tax ledgers. You pull thread taut, repairing what the wind shredded like parchment. Resin drips slow as cathedral honey, each drop a tiny amber sun. It smells of childhood, Ravenna's docks, in high summer, pitch boilers bubbling under bare feet. 79. That's how many summers this pine sap survived since harvest. Your awl punches fresh holes, avoiding weak spots where Phoenician repairs lurk. Their stitches still hold mystery, fibers tougher than Roman roads. Canvas groans under your palm, a thirsty sparrow caught in hemp. North breeze sneaks through unrepaired sections, a cold flute against your neck. You grab another skein dyed blue with woad from Toulouse fields. Medieval dyers used stale urine to fix the hue. Saltier samples made richer blues. Don't think too hard about that chemistry tonight. Overhead, stars prickle through the sail's gaps, Orion's dagger stabbing at your work. Some holes stay jagged, unlike the clean cuts of corsair blades. Tired eyes blur thread and scars. Suddenly you're darning the night itself. The thought makes you snort, real cosmic work here floating on a wine barrel with delusions. Sea spray licks your knuckles, salt binding thread to flesh. Throat tightens remembering last year's storm, how the mast tore like cheap linen. No historian records how many mending hours kept empires afloat. Silent work beneath emperors' noses. You stab the needle extra hard, piercing warp and weft. 3 seagulls land on the yardarm, biased judges of your darning skills. The boldest croaks what sounds like critique. You lob a tar ball in response. Everyone's a critic aboard this wooden world, even the damned fish. The moon climbs higher, turning patches into ghostly continents. Rigging creaks, a protest two ratlins rub like quarrelsome cats. Your fingertips find a forgotten knot, 12 loops snarled into rebellion. Sailors whispered certain knots held curses, but this one's just bad technique. Black John, the ship's Baltic deckhand, murders rope work daily. Cold leaches into your knees, plank grain tattooing your skin. Not even the wool wrap helps now. Night's chill seeps into marrow. Knuckles brush the rope coil beside you, its hemp strands twisting like lovers' hair. The sail shivers, thread trembles, you freeze mid-stitch. Silence, then waves resume their counting against the hull, 1,000, 2,003. The rope coil shifts against your thigh, hemp strands unraveling like drowsy serpents. Their shadows dance, twining with your needle's path, as if mimicking each stitch. Waves slap the hull, thud scritch, keeping time like a drunk drummer. Mediterranean sailors called this rhythm Neptunes, loom their oars, weaving wars and trade routes. You tug a loose thread, 12 inches of frayed mischief, resisting order. Rope making was guild-protected work. Master cordwainers guarded their twist secrets like alchemists. Those Flemish craftsmen could braid 17 strands blindfolded, or so tavern tailies claimed. Don't try that tonight. 3 strands feel complicated enough. Ocean darkens, blue-black ink spilling beneath the moon. Shadows stretch their legs, playing hopscotch across piles of tarred rigging. The coil sulks under your fingers, kinked tighter than a miser's purse strings. That Baltic deckhand's handiwork grumbles back. Black John couldn't coil rope if Aphrodite taught him. Hemp breathes against your palm, rough whispers of Sicilian fields. Historians still argue whether 13th century rope walkers used olive oil or mutton fat for lubrication. Real sailors didn't care. They just spat on the fibers and pulled harder. You test a strand, dry as mummy wrappings, dates this rope to Frederick II's reign. Midnight chill gnaws your knuckles, redrawing joint lines in painful detail. You flex stiff fingers, memories of octogenarian rope makers surface, their hands crooked as cypress roots. A strange pride lived in those twists. City militias paid double for Genoa twist anchor cables. Hadrian's engineers used similar ropes, still clinging to Roman harbor stones last century. North wind plucks at the rope's loose end, sending shivers through its length. Each quiver matches your stitches, needle darting, thread looping, a silent duet against decay. Odd harmony, this dance of repair and unraveling, holding chaos at bay through sheer repetition. The cog's timber groans approval. Old ship approves of stubbornness. Your thumb grazes a peculiar knot, 7 asymmetrical loops, a Frankenstein of hitches. Some deckhands swore such knots caught favorable winds like butterfly nets. Superstition. Yet you've seen captains pay silver for worse luck charms, dried seagull feet, or Sardinian witch nails. This knot's magic lies in surviving Black John's butchering. Moonlight glints off a single golden thread in the hemp Byzantium's lost luxury, hiding in workaday fibers. Galleys from Tyre carried silk rigging, or so drunken shipwrights lied between pints. Truth was rough hemp, ruled the sea's royal sails, wept when faced with storms. Thread snaps again, the needle flinging itself toward the cargo hold. Resin-coated helpers become traitors, snarling like betrayed lovers. The saints invented tedious work to test mortal souls. Or maybe Satan. Did theology gets fuzzy at this hour? You fish for a new needle, bags down to the warped backups. Tomorrow's problem. Waves change cadence. Faster now, slapping triplets against the hull below. The rhythm infects you, stitches speeding, palms sweating despite the cold. Survival's countdown, each thread a shield against the sea's hunger. One minder's chronicle claimed 79 sails shredded during the 6th crusade, most from rotten rigging. The rope coil unravels further, exposing frayed innards like split sinew. Fiber stubble pricks your wrist, reminding you close work without gloves breeds regret. Pain's lesson repeats itself, yet you never bring those leather shields up deck. Pre-dawn fog blurs lines between rope and seawater, everything dissolving at the edges. Hempen dust dances in a moonbeam, half-drunk fireflies celebrating entropy. Your sneeze echoes off the mast, startling a gull awake in the crow's nest. Its squawk sounds suspiciously like a dockside fishmonger cursing spilled mackerel, a seabird joke lost in translation. Ligurian waves count louder now, pressing their cases against the timbers. This old belly, this cranky cog, has outrun pirates and tacksmen with these same ropes. Frail looking, yet buoyant as cork, Mediterranean ships carried empires in their holds. You knot off the final stitch, for now frayed victory held at bay. Sailcloth groans overhead, the wind plucking its repaired sections like lyre strings. A stray melody flickers in your throat, a Genoese shanty about drowned accordions. But the night swallows it whole. Rope coils sigh, their whispers softer now, consenting to temporary order. Through the rigging, a single star pulses red Betelgeuse, winking through ratlins. Sailors once steered by its blush, though most preferred Polaris, boring reliability. You smother a yawn with a resin-stiffened sleeve, bitter pine sharp on your tongue. The rope, finally subdued, lies quiet as a cathedral. Its rebellion ended not by skill, but exhaustion, the ancient truce between hands and hemp. Tomorrow it'll chafe again, scheming with salt and sunlight. But tonight, stillness. Oakum fibers cling to your tunic, gray ghosts of failed endeavors. You'll find them later, nesting in bedroll folds, surprise reminders of midnight battles. Waves murmur secrets against the hull, algae-laden gossip meant for drowned ears. The lamp gutters, wick starving, as Orion wheels westward toward deeper shadows. Wind shifts, tastes different now, hinting of Sardinian rosemary hills, still hours away. The cog creaks, adjusting its posture beneath you ridden, yet rider in this liquid dance. Ropes, whispers dissolve into seawater hymns, the dark stitching itself back together. Your palm rests on the coiled hemp, still warm from the struggle. Skin recognizes kinship, here callus speaking to callus, salt sealing the pact. Latin captains called ropes veins of the ship. Never mind that veins spill blood, ropes spill sailors. Dawn's approach inks the horizon's purple, supremely unimpressed with your repairs. The souls of 15,000 rope makers chuckle in Hades, watching mortals rediscover their aches. Needle pricks, tar burns, strands tangle, yet each night hands return. Wave song gentles, lullaby now counting breaths instead of seconds. Hempen coils breathe with you, rising, falling. An ocean's cradle rocking wood and weariness. Starlight bleeds westward, threads snapping one by one as shadows retreat into day. Your needle slows, half dreaming, still moving. Twilight bleeds into the fibers, liquid gold chased by gray. The rope hums, low and deep, a sound felt more than heard. Fingertips trace spirals in hemp palm reading destiny in twisted strands. Cargo beneath your feet stirs, Flemish wool shifting like restless sheep. Each lurch of the ship weaves unseen patterns, merchant alchemy turning sweat into silk prices. Needle flashes one last time, then stills its silver hunger, satisfied for now. The rope lies obedient, mimicking the loops your grandmother taught you decades back. Her voice echoes through the fibers, correcting your grip, though she never saw salt water. From the mast, wood groans, a baritone note beneath the wind's whine. 3 splashes answer, porpoises stitching waves, far below needle-nosed allies, passing in darkness. You lean back, spine creaking like the rigging, palm cupping the last warm spot on the coil. Head tilts, eyes close, world narrowing to the thud-scritch thud below. The quiet stitches itself into your bones, the last knot tied for now. Patched canvas blocks the first stars, stubborn linen stealing the Pleiades' shimmer. You squint upward, gray weave eating constellations. Tonight's repair work dimming the sky. Some sailors navigated by those sisters, tight cluster guiding Alexandrian grain ships. Stars were once thought to be celestial candles. Medieval minds pictured angels trimming wicks at dusk. North wind tugs the sail, your patches flap like applauding hands. Bronze grommets wink. Last week's mending holds a small triumph against entropy. That grommet cost 6pence in Cagliari, cheaper than a tavern whore, but more loyal. Salt crusts the repair line, white as alpine snow. Your thumb rubs it gritty. A tune escapes your lips, the Ligurian hymn old ropemen chanted while tarring hulls. Night swallows the notes, aggressive silence pressing against your ears. You hum louder, defiant, channeling Nana's laundry day voice, cutting through Genoa's alley bustle. Through a puncture, single star glares Beetlejuice's red eye, judging your stitches. Phoenicians feared its hue, bloodlight heralding Poseidon's wrath. Nonsense, disproved by Greek stargazers later. Your needle blocks it, silver usurping crimson, before the star winks through fresh thread. Canvas creaks, stretched taut, as if gossiping about your crooked repairs. Historians still argue whether 13th century sails bore makers' marks like swordsmiths' engravings. You've never found one, only mildew stains and seagull graffiti, nature's signatures, trumping human vanity. Pleiades vanish completely now, swallowed by a rhomboid patch from last Tuesday. Twill weave won't reveal those stars until dawn, assuming Orion allows it. Constellations bicker like harbor merchants, kingdoms in the sky, enforcing arbitrary borders. Resin scent sharpens, pine sap heating in your palms sweat. Memory flashes, 8 years old, stealing tar from a Barcelona dockworker's pot. He chased you down Rambla Nova, curses flowering like fireworks, yet grinned when you mended his net next dawn. Thread jerks, not forming midair, your needle impersonating a mayfly dancer. Muscle memory takes over fingers looping figure eights, not secured before conscious thought engages. Granddad called this blood knowledge, skills carved into bone marrow through repetition. Mast tilts, moonlight spilling suddenly across the deck, hull groans shift below. This cog's oak remembers Byzantine emperors, wood grain holds ghosts of louder seas. Sicilian shipwrights whispered prayers into keels, bribes to Neptune, carved as dolphin sigils. Fog rolls in spectral fingers, stroking the sail, cold clings to wool sleeves. One patch turns translucent, damp linen, mimicking antique parchment. Starshine seeping through weak threads. You press a thumb there, testing. Sailcloth pulses like living skin. 3 new stars pierce the patchwork. Vega's triangle, arranged like a Corsican dagger. Italian navigators used them for dead reckoning when compasses spun drunk. Tonight they just blink, apathetic, unimpressed by your repair speed. Humming resumes, the hymn's second verse, salt tang harmonizing with vocal cords. Ship's cat rubs your knee, demanding tribute. Its purr syncs with rigging vibrations. You spare one hand, scratching matted fur feline judges. Accept this half-hearted service. Thread snaps abruptly. Beetlejuice chuckles through the hole, cosmic schadenfreude at your expense. Nub of hemp digs under your thumbnail, stabbing reminder to check thread tension. Of course, nature favors pranks over perfection. Tonight, wind giggles in the ratlins. Tar pot gleams, obsidian puddle, reflecting distorted stars. Your face floats among them. Centuries back, sailors read futures in such pools, nonsense sold for coppa wine. You dip fresh thread, resin coats it like liquid amber defense against midnight sabotage. Sewn in constellations vanish stitch by stitch, your needle closing starry eyelids. Only the hymn remains, 5 flat notes against the tide's percussion. Waves slap triplets now, matching your heartbeat, Mediterranean's ancient lullaby. Darkness thickens, moon ducks behind clouds. Work becomes braille-like navigation. By touch, calluses decipher thread thickness, better than eyes could, honed through 40 winters. Hanseatic merchants paid double for sailors who could mend blind, or so the stories go. Sudden cold, your exhale fogs. Autumn, announcing its approach 3 weeks early. Liguria burns its olive prunings. About now, wood smoke scent, missing from tonight's wind. You pull your tunic tighter, salt-stiffened wool protesting the movement, itchy armor against the chill. Knuckle grazes a rusted grommet, metallic taste flashes in your mouth, blood drawn, Prussian blue stain blooms on thread, mingling with older repairs. Your grandmother's voice snaps. Only fools bleed on their work, echoing from a Marseille attic long gone. Pleiades win free, one sister, escaping through a poorly angled patch, taunting your stitching. You let her shine, reprieve from linen suffocation. One pinprick of cosmic mercy. Navigators worship her. You just resent the distraction. Thread tangles as you glare upward. East horizon pales, false dawn trick. Stars call its bluff by brightening. Sailors once shot arrows at mock suns, futile rage against celestial deception. You hum louder instead, denying the horizon's lie. Needle keeps stitching shadows. Night's deepest hour arrives, velvet silence broken by distant cetacean sighs. Whale song vibrates through the hull. Moorish legends claim their drowned imams, singing psalms. You prefer the simpler truth. Mammals gossiping about better feeding grounds up coast. Chill numbs your toes now, proof that wool socks surrendered to damp last watch. Cold respects no repairs, seeps through seams like mortality, mocking your canvas patches. Toes wiggle in boots, blood, retreating feet, arguing whether to stand or sleep. Sailcloth sags slightly, winds exhale momentary limpness in the repaired beast. You pause, hand flat against the fabric, feeling tidal rhythms through Egyptian cotton. 300 years ago, this flax might bandaged crusader wounds, aged into nautical service. New rent appears small, but smug, wind's latest insult to your craftsmanship. Needle dive ease without consultation, muscles overriding fatigue, the hole's edges stitched before it inhales. If mending were devotion, you'd be sainted by now, but the sea doesn't canonize. Last star succumbs, dawn's gray eraser smearing the sky. Your patches turn anonymous. Humming fades, voice depleted chorus handed back to wind and waves. The sail flexes, patches blending with original weave, work dissolving into necessity. Your needle slows, stubborn still pushing through linen as light solidifies. Fingers cramp final stitch, knots itself, thread bitten short with salt-crusted teeth. Deep breath, turpentine aromas blending with brine. The cog stirs beneath you. Sail accepts its scars. You accept exhaustion. Horizon glows peach above Sardinia. Eyelids surrender, mind floating, canvas sky finally at peace. Dawn bleeds saffron across the sail. Patches blush gold where thread ends protrude. Your needle finds resistance. The next stitch snags on something rougher, buried beneath newer linen. 4 layers down, Phoenician hemp survives its crimson dye, still shouting across centuries. Cleopatra's Egypt exported such thread, 1 ton per month, to Rome alone, before Antony's fleet burned. You pry the ancient fiber loose, crumbling between calluses, its secret escaping as red dust. Carthaginian weavers supposedly stole murex snails from Tyre breeding purple in hidden tidal pools. The method dyed with their city Roman salt, ensuring no rivals rose. Sunlight reveals copper flecks in the dust, probably dockyard sweat from long-dead menders. The next hole yawns blacker than it should, as if stitching nightmares into daylight. Beneath the tier, you glimpse older repairs, world patterns mapping forgotten storms. Their knots face left, not right signature of Berber sailrights working south of Carthage. Historians still argue whether ancients painted gods onto sails or just trusted cloth's naked strength. Wind shifts, rotten fruit smell wafts up telltale stink of a North African trade route revived. Memory stirs, Alexandria's harbor steaming under noon octopus ink, staining auction house ledgers. 43 summers ago, same foul breeze carried news of a Mamluk coup. Now it just carries flies, buzzing critique of your darning speed. Thread hisses through fabric, tug of war between modern hemp and Phoenician ghosts. Each pull resonates oddly, echoing through oak planks below deck. One of this ship's sister cogs sank off Cyprus, loaded with Anatolian wool, or was it Rhodian wine? Truth drowns easier than timber. Sweat drips onto the ancient thread. Saltwater meets salt blood, 3,000 years apart. That's the thing with second-hand sails, their libraries, written in punctures and patches. Your needle skitters sideways, snagging on what feels like silk, gold filament, winking from a gaseous depth. Only Byzantium spun thread this fine tribute demands woven with Sogdian secrets. Mid-thumb throbs, protesting yesterday's blister, though you swear it's sympathetic pain for Carthage. Maybe resin fumes make poets of us all, even at midday, with gulls screaming. 8 stitches close the Byzantium wound, hiding gold beneath gray utility, like emperors demoted to dockhands. A rigging shriek splits the air, warning cry from the masthead, or demon laughter. Moorish legends claim jinn ride unmended sails, strands of malice woven into seams. You spit leftward, old Genoese warding gesture, then laugh at your own superstition. New thread squeaks through fresh tar, earlier's polish drying sticky under climbing heat. That pot came from Salerno, 19 copper coins, exchanged under a jealous moon. Now it's just a weather-beaten bowl, same as your hands, both serving beyond their prime. Salt crusts your lip, licking it away tastes of Phoenicia's corpse-pale shore. Winds have scrubbed Carthage bare, left only red dirt and academic quarrels. Yet here its colors endure, crimson threads cursing Rome inside your needle's eye. 3 stitches refuse alignment, twisted by some long-gone storm's grudge. You coax them straight, fingers gentling rebellion, as if calming Pharaoh's chariot horses. Funny how even broken threads obey familiar pressure, like barmaids hearing coins clink. Sail belly groans, distended by Sirocco's breath, its song older than Latin verbs. Your needle stops, listening to canvas murmur market Greek, debating dye prices in Smyrna. Tug the wrong stitch, and Heraclitus gets angry. Every repair's a philosophy lesson. Shadows shorten, patching moves westward, sun presiding over your rough liturgy. Some Carthaginian youth probably bled on the sail too, pricked by stolen Tyrian thread. Maybe his ghost approves your work. Maybe he spits over the gunwale. Eternities crowded with opinions no one asked for. Resin bubble forms at the needles, eye liquid lens, magnifying splintered wood grain below. Through it, deck planks look drunk, swaying without rhythm or earthly excuse. You pop it, delicate violence, scent sharp as a galley's punishment whip. Hempen stitches tighten, choking the Phoenician red beneath serviceable gray. Heretics, silenced by orthodoxy. History loves burying its losers under practicalities, like mending canvas over massacres. Sun climbs higher, no longer your ally, blinding through every half-closed tear. Breeze plucks at loose threads, impatient for healed wings to take the wind. Below deck, the astrolabe dreams of meridians. You dream of shade and cool cistern water. One final knot, thumb pressing ritual into the hitch, frayed ends, clipped with rusty shears. The Carthage gash obeys, threads now humble as Genoese apprentices. Victory smells of tar and sweat. Perhaps all victories do in the noon glare. Shadows pool at your feet, black inkwell, for signing truces with the wind. Your needle rests, Carthage buried again, Alexandria's ghost, weaving with Rome's rough hands. Sail ripples, forgetting itself in the breeze, hungry to be whole for a moment. Eyelids droop over salt-stung eyes. Deck's oak holds you like a martyr's bones. Sleep comes a thief stealing needle and memory, leaving only sun-bleached thread and the world's slow rocking. Tar fumes rise like drunk serpents, twining with sea air as you blink awake. The sail looms above taut testament to last night's labor, its patches puckered like disapproving lips. But this scent thick with dead pines and scorched earth drags you from Genoa's Cog straight to Ravenna's dockyards. Molten pitch bubbles in memory, cauldrons big enough to bathe bulls, August heat strangling the harbor. They said Byzantine craftsmen once patched warships here, just ashes and ambition after Justinian's fleet sailed. Your first summer, age 12, blistered thumbs, dipped in cooling tar, became badges of belonging. That copper pot hangs in your mind, classical curves, warped by 200 years of repair. Workmen swore it was Olympia's bathtub, prized loot from Constantinople's drowned palaces. Probably nonsense, but wise men know truth matters less than good stories. Memory sharpens, sun-baked planks underfoot, boiling vats, flanked by sweating boys. Your father's voice cuts through decades. Resin sets faster than grudges, unless you're Venetian. 20 yards down, maimed ships groaned on stanchions, gaping wounds awaiting your needle. Hempen thread stung fresh blisters, hands trembling under the foreman's glare. Tyrant of the tar pits, they called him his left eye milky from molten splashback. Rumors claimed he'd sailed with Barbarossa, discarded after losing 3 fingers to Tuscan cannon. You grab today's thread, automatically spitting left, ritual born in Ravenna's shade. That summer taught you ships devour men slowly, salt, rot beneath boundless promises. 29 hulls passed through the yard, 19 seaworthy by September. Historians still argue whether Byzantine iron rivets outlasted tarred pegs, but both sink the same. Tar's reek intensifies, ghost of Ravenna's foundries haunting your nostrils. They added vinegar to thin the resin, or was it stale urine? Memory blurs practicalities, leaving only heat and the foreman's whistle. 3 sharp notes meant bring the cauldron hook, though it sounded like seabird shrieks. Oarlocks clank present and past colliding as waves slap the cog's hull. Your needle glides now without hesitation, muscles recalling 12-year-old rhythms. Each stitch seals more than canvas. It quiets the ghosts of dockyard summers. Strange how bodies remember tasks minds have discarded. Like the way your left thumb rubs thread clockwise, exactly as father taught during the great storm repairs of 78. 3 ships foundered that week, rigging so shredded it hung like witch hair. Palm meets hemp, sweat reactivating old tar stains beneath calluses. Another Ravenna lesson: salted skin grips rope better, though it cracks like desert earth. Those docks taught philosophy, each not a debate between holding and surrendering. North wind shifts, reek fading, as if memory itself concedes to mourning. The foreman's whistle now, just gulls mocking your canvas, nearly whole. 16 years since Ravenna's yards closed, choked by Phoenician tariffs and cheaper oak up north. Your stitching slows, needle finding crevices smoothed by use. Last night's battle with Carthaginian thread feels worlds away. Today's rhythm sings simplicity. No buried empires here, only honest wear from honest winds. Deck boards creak, different pitch than Ravenna's warped piers, but same music. Always wood complaining under men who ask too much. That crippled foreman knew it, hobbling past hulls with his flask of Albanian grappa. Light catches the tar pot, revealing Salerno's battered elegance. Not Olympia's bath, perhaps, but still a survivor like you. Funny how tools outlive empires, outlive wars, outlive the hands that swung hammers at Ravenna. Thunder rumbles, distant applause for finished work. Storm coming, but this sail's wounds now armored in Genoese hemp and dockyard wisdom. Resin cools, darkening from honey gold to crow's wing black. You press a thumbprint into the seam, personal seal beneath professional repair. Just like father pressing his mark onto Murano's wineship patching, tar scent lifts, mission complete, leaving only salt and memories, faint vinegar tang. 12-year-old blisters whisper approval, their pain now woven into this floating fortress. Needle rests, suddenly weightless, as waves hum Ravenna's forgotten anthems. The north breeze arrives without warning, knifing through your wool tunic, stealing yesterday's warmth. Unmended tears in the canvas flutter, playing a thin melody like bone flutes at a beggar's feast. You fumble for your wrap, fingers stiffening as the ship heels starboard. Wool scratches your neck, coarse Yorkshire, we've traded for Cypriot copper last spring. Better than Venetian velvet here, rough fibers, trapping what little heat your body hoards. Byzantines used mastic resin to waterproof sails, but even their navy retreated from Ligurian winters. A gust hums through the largest gash, middle seam, a perfect B-flat. Trust wind to turn your work into an instrument. Sailors claim St. Elmo lights sing, but you'll take hempen symphonics over ghostly choirs. Thread refuses to bend now, goosebumps rising beneath salt-stiffened sleeves. Same cold that gripped Ravenna's docks when the Adriatic turned black in December. Those nights, you'd huddle near pitch boilers, burning scraps from Genoese wine crates, needle slips, pricking your thumbnail, a bead of blood swallowed by hemp. 20 winters mending, never mastered chilled fingers. That apprentice from Rhodes swore on garlic poultices, said they warmed hands for hours. Maybe you should stolen his recipe, along with his Turkish coin purse. Wind flings spray over the gunwale, stinging like nettles. Historians still argue whether Roman triremes used wool sails for northern campaigns. Idiocy. When linen breathes better wet, you tighten your wrap, knotting it beneath the ribs, where childhood's scar tissue remembers frost. Stars vanish, swallowed by clouds racing toward the Balears. 3 half-mended tears linger their edges, rippling like hungry mouths. Carthaginian traders lined cloaks with cinnamon bark, filling their ships with spice-reek luxury. You've got lanolin-soaked wool, an improvement until your noses drips. Lamp oil sloshes its fish-gut stench, battling the wind's clean brine. Gavius, ship's master, swore this batch burned brighter. Truth stings, it gutters like a consumptive's cough, suggesting false thrift over honest murk. Your smallest needle gleams useless, a silver hair in this growing gale. Time for the heavy stitcher, 5-inch iron straight from Normandy's forge. It lies buried in your kit like a disgraced dagger. Palm aches retrieving it. Old break from Messina's rope-snapped accident. Physics lesson. Never grab a line under tension unless you enjoy reassembling bones. North wind strengthens, shoving the cog sideways. Canvas, whip cracking overhead. Strange how cold sharpens memory. You recall Alexandria's dockmaster, scarred lips, whispering that Pharaoh's ships used sacred ibis down for insulation. Probably lies, but glorious ones. Hempen thread unspools wildly, dancing toward the mast like a drunken spider. You trap it with your knee, grunting, half sailor, half seamstress. Your wrap unravels, Northumbrian sheep, wool too loosely spun, betrayal at 10 knots. Resin hardens in its pot, wasted. Should have applied it mid-afternoon when the sun still had teeth. 12 years wasted, yet wisdom arrives slower than dawn in December. Deck tilts, viciously roll of scrimshaw dice clattering below decks. Tools slide, shears spinning toward the scuppers, saved by a tar-stained toe. Your father's voice echoes, never lay blades edge up, unless courting the devil's pedicure. Stars blink out one by one, extinguished by the wind's rough hand. You scrape resin with a fingernail, gauzy flakes dissolving like old promises. Moonlight bleeds through rents, casting leviathan shapes on deck boards. Fingers cramp, forcing you to stuff them into armpits, a sailor's hand warmer. Vikings used fox fur mittens, seams waterproofed with seal bladder glue. Practical, but try threading hemp with paws like a bear. Horizon vanishes, swallowed by ink. Only sound now, canvas slapping spars, wind grunting through flawed stitching. You lean into a tear, iron needle, punching through layers, awkward angles strung between knee and elbow. Salt crusts your lips, North Sea souvenirs forced down your throat. Ship's chronometer, your bleaching knuckles, mark time through pain's hourly whisper. A patch tears free, weak sewing betrayed by gusts. You spit, thread sour with failure, Amalfi linen, lost to hubris. Byzantines triple-stitched their storm sails. This truth stings worse than cold. Lamp dies, oil-starved, casting repairs into charcoal grays. Now you stitch by braille, fingers reading fabric like a blind scribe's parchment. Gale builds to a roar, water crashing over the prow. Cold's final joke, your nose runs, ruining the wool wrap's shoulder. No gilded Phoenician cloak, just a dyer's flawed weave soaked in snot. Stab, pull, knot, fumbling through darkness, knotting errors you'll curse at dawn. One rent snaps partially closed victory, as fragile as Byzantine glass. Wind shifts again, this time eastward, carrying sleet like thrown gravel. Your hands slow further, joints rusted shut, anchors dragging through stiff wool. Da Vinci sketched pulley systems for sail repair, ingenious gears and counterweights. Would they work here now, with your thumbs swollen like risen dough? Needle drops, one muffled clink, before vanishing into night's hungriest cracks. Resin pot follows, rolling toward the bilge stolen by a wave's lunge. Teeth chatter, tuning your skull into a lunatic's percussion. Breakers crash closer, white foam glowing like phosphorus ghosts. The sail, half mended, flogs itself above you, wild stallion, no stitch can break. Shivering becomes your pulse, an arrhythmia of cold and exhaustion, while wrap hangs slack, choking the neck it once nursed. Only your breath still steams, tiny rebellions against the dark. Byzantines packed their decks with braziers. Knights like this turned admirals into philosophers. You've got cracked knuckles and a missing needle. Philosophy feels bankrupt. Dawn feels mythical, another sailor's lie, as you slump against the mast. The storm still plays your canvas, its violent orchestra, missing only your applause. Hands burrow deeper into wool, wishing for Levantan sun and Macedonian brick ovens. Scholars debate whether Roman hypocausts heated naval yards, irrelevant as your toes go numb. Lungs burn, each breath barbed wire wrapped in sleet. This wind, this damned wind, will outlast empires, outlast saints, outlast your purple fingers. A single stitch remains, final tier waist high and frayed. Without resin or proper needle, you weave thread through cloth, hoping it holds. Sleet turns to hail, peppering the deck with frozen peas. Carthage used goatskin patches in gales, quick fixes between battles. You mimic them, hands moving without permission, ripping spare linen from your hem. Last knot tightens, ugly, uneven, a drunk's farewell embrace. But perhaps enough. The sail groans, fighting its new bridle, as hail whitens the deck like bleached bone. Cold winds, forcing retreat, as fingers refuse another command. You shuffle toward the hatch, leaving the mended canvas to its duel. Tomorrow's sun will judge your work, or what storms leave behind. The wool wrap droops, sodden hero, as you descend toward damp shadows. Laughter bubbles up, madness, or relief echoing off the creaking hull. Your breath steams the ladder, last defiant gesture against the wind's dominion. Foot hits straw pallet, body folding like discarded charts. Somewhere above the sail holds, or doesn't. Cold's final mercy, you stop caring before counting 10. The wool wrap slumps, wet deadweight, as you slump onto mildewed burlap sacks. Straw pokes your cheek, each prickle a tiny rebellion against exhaustion. Moonlight bleeds through deck, seams dust, motes dancing above your thrumming temples. 3 patches glimmer in that silver god's eyes, winking among rough hemp like dull coins in mud. Resin crusts your left sleeve, stiffened grief, cracking when you flex an elbow. Islanders near Sardinia seal wounds with pine tar, claiming it repels fever demons. You peel some off, half believing, though no scars bloom beneath. Needle pouch lies slack, emptied of everything, but bent backups too frail for storm work. Your good iron vanished, swallowed by this groaning hull, another sacrifice to Poseidon's greed. History claims Phoenicians tossed jewels overboard to calm waves, poor gamblers facing richer odds. Starlight leaks through a knothole, slivering across your palm like liquid tin. Hanseatic traders navigated by such cracks, mapping stars through roofs. Practical unless it rains, then you pray to Thor's soggy beard. 3 tiers left. You count aloud 5, 9, 12, losing track as waves boom against the hull. Historians still argue whether Viking longships patched sails mid-voyage, or just burned them for warmth. Words blur, cotton stuffing your skull, dawn a myth spun by optimistic roosters. Pleiades glitter through a deck gap, 7 sisters judging your shoddy stitches. 1 patch droops, untethered corner, fluttering like a moth's broken wing. Da Vinci designed quadruple reinforced sails, beautiful parchment sketches, but tapestries burn faster than hemp. You pluck a hair coarse and gray from your wrap. Thread the needle's eye, a fool's errand in this flicker. Lighthouse lenses focus, better, like those Greeks polished in Alexandria's tower. Ancient glassblowers inhaled mercury fumes, dying to make clearer prisms. Bladders ache whispers, but rising, means braving the slop bucket near the rats. Ottoman sultans used golden chamber pots, yet still emptied them like peasants. Equality in indignity. That thought almost warms you. Footsteps creak above, probably Gavius checking the rigging or hunting missing wine. His lantern sweeps across deck seams, checkerboarding the ceiling with fleeting gold. Silk Road merchants colored lantern glass, casting ruby tigers on desert sands. You've got jaundiced fish oil and moth-eaten burlap, luxury's orphaned cousin. The needle stabs fabric, missing thread, entirely biting your thumbnail instead. A hiss escapes, too loud, echoing among barrels of salt cod. Genoan captains once flogged men for lesser noise during sleep watches. Moonlight shifts, exposing knotted threads as lumpy as toadskin. Byzantines unraveled Persian carpets, reused the silk for sail repairs. Tiny rebellions woven into warp and weft. Your patches feature stolen tavern linens, and maybe a Cypriot bride's discarded veil. You lick thread, sour hemp taste mixing with blood from split lips. Norman longbows needed saliva-soaked strings, dry fibers snapping mid-battle. Another use for spit, now sealing your mediocrity to canvas. 2 stitches complete, crooked as a drunkard's path home. The third tier mocks you, jagged edge dancing in moonlight's cruel spotlight. Carthaginians sewed sails with bull sinew, flexible as young lovers. Yet Rome burned their ships regardless. Fingertips prune, salted by evaporated spray. Dead skin flakes drift like ash across your patchwork. Scholars debate whether Egyptian sail-menders wore leather thimbles or just calloused through prayer. Your hands favor the latter theology, raw knuckles preaching devotion. Deck timbers groan, a chorus mourning lost shorelines. This cog's oak once grew in Armenian highlands, traded through 6 middlemen before meeting an axe. Trees outlive empires, ships outlive trees, sailors barely outlive rats. Rowdy laughter bursts from the forecastle, probably dice games, ending in curses. Someone strums a gittern badly, plucking out a Sardinian lullaby, butchered by sleepiness. Levantan ports swell with such songs, each coast stealing melodies like loose change. Thread snaps again, whipping your cheek like a nettle's kiss. You fumble for more, finding only cobwebs and a dead beetle. Constantinople's silk markets overflowed with crimson spools, all ash since the Fourth Crusade. A blister pops, clear fluid pooling on your middle knuckle. Viking healers saved pus as poison dipping arrowheads in liquid betrayal. You smear it on hemp, hoping superstition holds better than skill. 3 stitches, 4. The tear shrinks slower than wax melts in winter. Halfway done, if optimism weren't a liar, wearing saints' robes. Fatigue blurs vision, moonlight softening into milk. Minoan frescoes show sailors sleeping beside taut sails, dreaming of safe harbors their bones never reached. Your harbor is this swaying darkness, this lice-ridden pallet, this ache beneath the ribs. Thread ends nodding off as a cloud strangles the moon's last light. Repair disappears, only touch proving its existence. Carthage falls, Rome burns, cloth endures. Small comfort when fingers freeze. Dawn's first gray bleeds through cracks, pigeon-wing hue erasing stars. The sail above groans, still whole, still fighting. You collapse backward, palms upward, accepting temporary victory. Somewhere beyond these planks, gulls scream over whitecaps. Somewhere beyond the gulls, a coast waits. Somewhere beyond all coasts, your needle rusts in darkness, patient as a grave. The wool wrap itches, fibers gnawing your neck like tiny teeth. You scratch absently, thinking of Ravenna's flea markets, salted anchovies, warm bread, never arriving. Sleep comes not as a thief, but a conqueror, dragging you under without ceremony. Above, mended canvas drinks the morning light, crude stitches hardening into something like resilience. Breath evens, body slackening, as waves rock the cog with borrowed gentleness. Dreams summon no faces, just the scrape of hemp against skin, endless as tides. Somewhere beyond dreams, the iron needle lies, waiting in darkness. Somewhere beyond darkness, the moon watches, patches it blessed. Somewhere beyond the moon, 3 tiers remain. Your reef knot holds ridges like bark on an ancient vine, still biting the leech line after 30 winters. Olive oil darkened this rope when Ferdinand took Granada. Or was it Naples? History blurs worse than ship's records under candle grease. Tar smears your thumb as you test the knot's grip, still immovable despite 3 Atlantic crossings. Monks in Barcelona, once blessed rigging with rosewater, claimed it kept storms at bay. You'll stick to pine resin cheaper, and just as ineffective against Poseidon's rage. Dark strands shine in the swaying lamplight, Aragon's colors. When you tied this decades back, their banners sank with Sicilian wrecks. Yet its ghost binds this hemp tight, Moorish sabotage, dynastic greed. One well-secured rope outlives them all. Fingernail picks at a frayed strand would unravel under real pressure, like Visconti promises. Genoa sold ropes, cocked left-handed. Venice swore, by right twist, entire wars waged over thread direction. Your knot cares only for tension, not human squabbles over twists. Lamp swings wild, flame guttering, as the cog lurches into a trough. You brace knuckles against the mast, wood worn smooth by vanished hands. 3 generations of menders have touched this grain, their sweat fossilized into varnish. Tar pot slides, thick resin sloshing, but not spilling. Glad you wedged it between cleats yesterday. Romans stored pitch in amphorae, sealed with wax, only to shatter on Libyan reefs. Simple wood works better, holds tighter, and costs less to replace. Coil of fresh rope warms your thigh, hemp still smelling of Nile silt and dockside smoke. Each twist remembers Babylonian weavers, 9-strand patterns stolen by Phoenician middlemen, now wrapped around a Genoese beam. Everything threads backward to vanished hands. Your thumbnail presses the knot's center dense as a king's tomb seal. Historians still argue whether sailors secured ships with prayer or just better knots. Faith frays, hemp endures, your answer lodges in this callus. Lampwick hisses, drowning in melted tallow, scent of burnt sheep fat sharpens the air. 16th century chandlers swore beeswax burned cleaner, but who waste honey on light when bread costs extra? Palm grinds against the knot, skin learning its braille of resolve. Tudor warships burned just as fast as unblessed ones. Flames care nothing for royal flags or threaded luck. A loop catches your nail, tiny imperfection in the weave, reminder of haste during that Naples mutiny. You were younger then, revengeful, let shoddy work slide to spite a first mate. Now his bones lime Mediterranean seabed, and you're fixing his oversight. Storm wind moans through rigging, playing the lines like a drunk harpist. The knot holds, anchoring leech line to grommet, as kingdoms once anchored dreams to bloodlines. Both snap under sufficient strain. Lamp flickers, sudden draught threatening darkness, but the flame steadies when you cradle its tin belly. 10,000 such lights once dotted Constantinople's harbor, snuffed out faster than candle shops could restock. Fingers trace the knot's stubborn geometry, crisscrossed loyalty you'd trust over any oath. Legionnaires swore on Jupiter's name before deserting. Merchants crossed themselves while rigging scales. Words evaporate faster than morning fog. Deck tilts, waves slamming the starboard side. Yet the knot sits unflinching. Ottoman cannoneers aimed for enemy masts, never realizing the real power lay in rigging that held firm under shot clouds. Resin sting bites your cuticles, old pain humming through weathered skin. Silk Road traders prized calluses as proof of honesty. Rough hands can't palm coins during deals. Thumb rubs the rope's waxed surface. Moonlight shows every whorl and ridge of your fingerprint. Caesar's seal pressed into wax, now dust, while your mark still grips this line. Clouds swallow the moon darkness, thick as galley gruel. But you feel the knot, every bump and taut curve. Blind Phoenician riggers worked night watches, fingers reading ropes, like priest read scrolls, muscles wiser than eyes. Lamp oil sputters, one last gasp before drowning in charred wick. You pour a trickle from the backup flask. Rancid whale, fat stinging your nose. Nantucket whalers would weep at the waist, but dawn lingers hours away. The reef knot remains, a nobody's craftsmanship, overliving crown-stitched banners. Your needle rests, blunted tip cooled against wool wrap, as the lamp steadies its glow. Somewhere beneath this deck, a scarred astrolabe gathers dust, bronze disk, outliving the stars it charted. Somewhere beneath that tool barnacles crust the keel, each shell another kingdom, built on drowned wood. Somewhere beneath those shells the knot holds. The lamp's amber puddle shrinks, drawing your sore body toward the cog's leaning rail. Wood groans beneath your palms, salt-cured oak, still sweating its old forest sap. 13 fathoms down Mediterranean blackness swallows the moon hole. You lean, belly pressed against timber worn smooth, by countless midnight watchers. Medieval ships carved eyes on their prows, believing they could see safe passage. Yours blink salt crust, straining to spot anything but ink. A silver flicker darts, needlefish stitching liquid night, gone before your breath clouds air. Historians still argue whether night watchmen hummed to stay awake or just stay sane. Your throat stays shut, listening to the sea's wet hiss. Something splashes, rope thick and purposeful, too heavy for mere fish. Roman sailors swore dolphins mapped coasts on their skins, ridiculous. Yet your pulse quickens. Below, shadows swirl like spilled India ink, hinting at shapes that refuse form. Deck timber creaks, warning grown from wood that's bent, but never broken. This rail held when Barbary winds slammed Tunisian waves into the hull. It remembers, even if you'd rather forget that pitch-black panic. Cold rises through the planks, climbing your shins like frost vines. Venice's arsenal workers burned their souls walking winter docks. You wiggle toes in gratitude. Your boots, stolen from a drunk Lusitanian sail-mender, hold up fine. Black water licks the hull, a sound like thirsty dogs at a butcher's drain. You count 12 heartbeats between wave slaps, rhythm steadier than the captain's sundial. Time means little here, suspended between depths and stars. A larger ripple bulges, arching briefly before vanishing beneath the cog's shadow. Not a porpoise, too silent, too intentional. Genoese logs mention cargo dumping here since Phoenician times. What apologies does the deep hold tonight? Your lantern's reflection wavers, a drowned twin, miming your movements beneath the surface. Thumb dips, touching water shock cold, as alpine streams, salt crusting your cuticles anew. See fingers grip yours, pulling gently toward the hypnotic dark. 2 pinpricks of green light flare, 10 fathoms down, then blink out. Bioluminescent jellies, maybe, or some wine-sodden hallucination. Carthaginian divers once hunted pearls with oyster oil lamps, attracting things they couldn't name. The rail digs into your ribs, sternum pressed against its unyielding curve. Odd comfort, this pressure proof you haven't floated into the void yet. Dawn's still hours off, watchmen snoring below. Emptiness belongs solely to you. Something pale glides, eel sleek, visible only when it crosses the moon's drowned path. No fins break the surface, just a sinuous twist before disappearing. Krakens occupy northern tailies. Mediterranean nightmares prefer subtler monsters. Your right foot slips, heel skidding on dew-slick planks, gasp, swallowed by wind. Hand clamps the shroud lines, hemp fibers biting palm like reproachful teeth. Drownings quicker than falling from palace towers, not that you're counting options. Wavelets slap the hull faster now, choppy despite the wind's calm breath. Sudden current, or something large circling below. Ship's cats refuse to prowl this section after dark, wise-furred prophets. Knuckles whiten around the rail nails, finding grooves cut by forgotten crewmen. Lunatics and lovers lean too far, you're neither. just tired enough to flirt with the edge. Below, water offers cool oblivion. Above, stars demand unpaid labor. A fish breaks surface, glittering as it gulps air before plunging homeward. Its eye catches lamplight, one dilated black pupil screaming survival instincts. You envy its simple purpose: hunger, escape, repeat. The rail vibrates, a deep thrum traveling upward from keel to fingertips. Distant whale song, or timbers flexing under strain. Turkish galleys once drummed hulls to panic enemy rowers. Tonight, the sea plays its own war songs. Saliva thickens in your throat, tastes of stale bread and encroaching dread. Should step back, stow the lamp, return to safe repairs. Yet stillness pins you, gazing into water that gazes back harder. Foam curls where the fish vanished, lacy shapes dissolving into nothingness. Phoenician glassmakers could trap such delicate froth in goblets for rich men. Nature makes it free, then snatches it away faster than thought. A log bobs, jagged end suggesting violence, charred wood glowing faint as a bad conscience. Shipwreck remnant, or purposeful marker for smuggler's roots. Better not to know when darkness rules the waves. Your lamp gutters out, wick drowned in cheap tallow. Darkness rushes in like floodwater. Wait, eyes adjusting, until celestial light outlines the rail's familiar shape, blurred now dreamlike, as the depths whisper louder than reason. Cool mist rises, kissing lips cracked by a day of salt winds. Inhale the damp taste, centuries of drowned spices, crushed pearls, sunken empires dissolved into brine. Below, toes curl inside worn boots, creaking like the deck itself. Blisters pulse, reminding you of gravity, of flesh tethering spirit to weathered timber. One clumsy sway, and the sea claims another mending story. Wind shifts, carrying a chorus beyond human hearing, whales or witches, or simple wave song. Hands slacken their grip, allowing air to flood starved lungs. Dawn's still hours away, but tomorrow's work waits above the waterline. The fishing port of Amalfi once painted boats, with saintly eyes guardians against midnight temptations. Tonight, your gaze drifts toward the mended sail, not the void, as you turn away. Wood groans approval beneath your retreating soles, salt-crusted, but still stubbornly afloat. Saliva thickens in your throat, tastes of stale bread and encroaching dread. Should step back, stow the lamp, return to safe repairs. Yet stillness pins you, gazing into water that gazes back harder. The mended sail waits, taut lines humming tailies you stitched through sleepless hours. Your palm slides across jute course as a hangman's rope threads gulping sweat like parched desert sand. Genoese sailmakers swore oaths into canvas, believing vows bound tighter when sealed with blood and brine. Blisters split anew, berry red droplets welling where needle calluses failed. Blood pearls hover, hesitate, then plunge into hemp fibers. Carpets from Moorish Al-Andalus once hid saintly blood in their knots, pious lies for rich buyers. Your sacrifice needs no buyer, No saint, only strength against tomorrow's winds. Threads darken as they drink, stitches becoming vein-like under the guttering lamp. Medieval tar mixtures used ox blood for waterproofing, a fact the ship's cook shared over rotten pork stew. You wonder if your offering strengthens or defiles. Question drowned by linen's thirsty rasp. Fabric sighs swelling against ropes like a living lung. Storm-ready ships once flew patchwork sails as badges of honor, battle scars favoring old salts. Yours would shame Venetian perfectionists. Crisscrossed repairs, mapping every gale you've outlasted. Fingertips trace the night's work, this covenant between skin and flax. Historians still argue whether Phoenicians pioneered double-stitched seams or stole the technique from Nile reed boats. Tonight, origins matter less than holding true when gales howl. A freckle of blood darkens the central patch, your private altarpiece. North African menders add human hair to critical seams, absurd. Yet your throbbing thumb considers the sacrifice. Your braid stays intact barely. Tar scent sharpens, pine resin ghosts swirling up from the pot's dregs. You bleed, the sail drinks, the circle completes. Salt crusts your wrist, nature's bandage stinging and sealing as one. Moonlight bleaches the deck, silvering blood into counterfeit mercury droplets. You press harder, welcoming the sting, proof you haven't dissolved into night's gloom yet. Seasickness once killed more crusaders than Saracen arrows. Trivia: the first mate spouted during your second watch, vomiting. Hempen threads whisper against grain calluses, snagging where fresh blood slicks their path. 17th century, Genoa mandated triple-sewn reef points. Too bad this cog predates city inspectors by 2 centuries. Lucky, since your overhand knots wouldn't pass muster. Wind combs through unfixed rents, plucking torn edges like a decrepit harp. You shiver, not from cold, but the weight of the pact settling upon your shoulders. Shipwrights whisper that decks absorb sailors' oaths. Your knees press harder against salt-swollen planks. Another bead wells, copper sharp, scent cutting through the tar fumes. Caulkers at the Naples yards add wine to their oakum, a toast to sealed hulls. You've only brine, only sweat, peasant sacraments for mended wings. The last reef point accepts its bloody baptism, not swelling with your offering. You straighten, spine cracking like a galley slave rising from oars. Dawn's blush creeps, but not fast enough to dry these fresh-born stains. Horizon flickers, lightning stitching distant clouds, testing your resolve in advance. Tomorrow's gale licks its lips, hungry for weak threads and novice hands, but the sail billows, renewed, your blood now coursing through its veins. Salt crusts your lashes, blinking away grit as you whisper forbidden words. Words coil into the fibers, buried beneath jute and justification. The Mediterranean keeps its secrets. Tomorrow will tell if it keeps yours too. Horizon flickers, no thunder yet, only ozone pricking your neck. Needle quivers, tugged by faraway threads of lightning. You press your thumb, fresh sting blooming, as if the storm needles you personally. Salt stings split skin, each spark fizzling blue and hungry miles east. Genoan captains once fired wax-sealed hemp candles during squalls, believing sparks loved tallow more than timber. You haven't seen that trick in 14 summers, and hope tonight isn't its revival. Static lifts, arm hairs, primal warning sharper than any bosun's whistle. Distant threads weave westward, birthing new constellations that thrive for seconds. Your needle rolls toward the deck edge, as if yearning to join those electric tides. South wind twists, bringing copper flakes and charcoal whispers, storm scribbling messages in ancient runes. You jab the stray needle into your thigh, denying its foolish pilgrimage to the sea. Historians still argue whether lightning loved or hated Phoenician ships, debate bright as those damn flickers. Through the weave, you spy the dark stain, your blood oath, now buzzing faintly purple. Moorish sailmenders spat on discharge, knots claiming a dry mouth, anchored vessels better. You smirk, tasting last night's sour wine, and spit on your stained patch for luck. Deck planks breathe chlorine dankness, ghosts of a Baltic hull rotting below. Canvas ripples, those fresh stitches, becoming conductors for every stray spark. Your blistered sweat turns conductor too, a flesh fuse dragging heaven's tantrum closer. Foremast groans, wood fibers creaking tighter, bowing to pressure you can't feel yet. First storm you faced, off Cyprus. The crew tide, Saint's Bones reef points high, didn't stop the mast splinter, but did make fine kindling afterward. Lamp gutters, shadows stretching corpses across the sail dancing as death rehearses. Lightning flashes inside cloud bellies, silhouetting a shape too angular for nature. Some claim sunken Carthaginian warships shimmer during storms, electric phantoms seeking vengeance. You squint, the shape resolves into seabirds fleeing inland. Cotton wrap chafes your nape, damp shroud clinging like flayed skin. Unpatched sail rips hum now, 10 different pitches, playing counterpoint to ozone's hiss. Ship's cat, long drowned, used to yowl along when gales brood. Your own throat stays silent, parched, and pointless. You count 17 seconds between flickers, too leisurely for honest lightning. Papers in Barcelona claim galley slaves predicted tempests from their shackle sores flaring. Your own scars itch like betrayal, memories of ropes burned through flesh. Waxed thread trembles in the pot, turning toward distant fury like compass needles seeking south. 13th century navigators swore amber rods twitched before squalls. Dutch merchants called them weather warts. That needle might reach the edge this time, another promise to the abyss. Sail jerks, thrashing its ropes, as if trying to shake off your repairs. You slap a palm against defiant canvas, laughing as vibrations sting fresh blisters. Your needle stays put, good little soldier, biting deeper with each roll of thunder. Rain's rumor rides the wind now, promise of wet gunpowder smells and flooded bilges. Could retreat below, nail batten over the hatch, Let the cog howl unanswered. But broken stitches scream louder than any storm, your own sutures demanding attendance. Your right knee locks, kneeling here 5 bells too long rigid as Almohad ivory prayer beads. Lightning sketches tree roots across the sky, roots that grip and twist and pull. They say Aden shipyards once framed prows with thunderstruck cedars, wood that learned lightning's roads. 1 minute, just one, to stretch creaking back muscles dripping sweat rain. You rise, hips popping vision, spotting with fatigue blossoms. Sea suddenly yawns below, an inkwell hungry to drink your inkwell mind. Lightning licks the horizon again, feverish tongue lapping at the world's rim. Storm births itself proper now far off, but speed is wind's greatest trick. Your needle winks silver, too bright, tattling every movement to the gathering dark. You pluck it free, steel stinging calluses, and kiss its lightning-charged tip. Maybe calm it, maybe invite disaster. The line between charm and challenge blurs. Ship's boy claimed kissing needles attracted St. Elmo's fire, also claimed turds floated clockwise in Calabria. Pressure drops, ears popping, as if Poseidon himself inhales before spitting. Threads groan, still drinking your blood, stitches tightening like noosed promises. Genoese round ships rode out squalls anchored by their girth. Your cog sways, a drunk, unsure whether to fight or dance. North wind dies, sudden as a slit throat, leaving sails slack and world unnaturally mute. Worst sign, you trade a finger for screaming gales over this silence. Even sea holds its breath, all things waiting on lightning's first true curse. Needle draws blood again, testing whether you'll flinch when real pain comes. More droplets purl on dark jute, rubies sewn into beggar's rags. You cradle the small hurt, proof you can bleed without breaking. As clouds unleash their first white-hot roar, thunder's echo fades, leaving a hollow space where sound once lived. No gulls scavenge the squall's aftermath. No bosun shouts pierce the ringing in your ears. Just torn canvas rasping under your awl, a dry whisper against the world's held breath. Tar pot steams reeking of pine sap and burnt hair as you dip fresh thread. Beeswax coatings hid rot in medieval sails, Genoa's trade secret for outlasting Venetian rivals. Your own resin mix crackles, thinner than dockmaster specs, but stolen from Ravenna's best caulker before dawn. Silence pools between waves, thick as the pitch clinging to your sleeve. 17th century Danes swore mended sails, heard prayers better, wove Lutheran hymns into their cross stitches. Your needle moves mute, sewing shut gashes that hum with unfinished ballads. Cotton wrap peels from your palm, revealing blisters glistening like tiny mollusk shells. One tear still gapes, unruly, as Carthage's last stand against Rome's legions. Historians still argue whether trireme crews patched sails mid-battle or bled on them for luck. You press linen over the rent, pretending your blood holds legion discipline. Hempen stitches pull tight, crisscrossing the deck's sway in a drunken quadrille. Moorish sailmakers buried camel hair in seams, believing stubbornness could be sewn into fabric. Your own thread holds only horsehair and desperation. Yet the patch holds. Storm's retreat leaves air tasting of scraped flint and wet wool. Under the mast, rainwater gathers in the scupper's groove, black as squid ink. Genoese logbooks often lied about repair times. Captains fearing admirals would deem ships lazy-stitched. You've no such pride. This cog's scars outnumber your own 2-to-1. Needle pricks dead, numb flesh. No sting left to anchor you here. Some claim unchained oarsmen felt ghost oar handles after decades ashore. Your fingers twitch now, threading shadows, while halyards slap empty miles above. Salt crusts your lips. You lick it, tasting Marseille winds from 3 summers back. That voyage left mainsails frayed by sirocco teeth, and your left pinky nail split for good. Tonight's work feels smaller, bite-sized sorrows stitched against the deep's indifference. Starlight bleeds through fresh patches, turning linen into a poor astronomer's map. You recognize Orion, his belt dagger, snagged on your uneven hemming. Celestial navigation failed off Cyprus once, because some fool patched stars out of the sky. Hours blunt the awl's edge, iron worn down like merchants' morals. Sailors whispered the Santa Maria carried Egyptian, caught in her repair kit linen touched by Nile floods. Your scraps hail from a Lion brothel's discarded curtains, less holy, but just as sun-faded. Deck timber groans, singing the same note your father's fishing boat groaned docking at Viareggio. His voice lives in that sound. Tighten the backstitch, girl, or November gales will shred your pride. Decades later, you obey faster than you ever did at 14. Far off, water slaps rock, land, somewhere, remembering it, hates ships. Night erases horizons, blending sea and sky into one ink-blurred page. Your needle keeps drafting its tiny story, crosses and loops, even time might pause to read. A rogue wave sluices portside, spray stinging like flung quartz chips. You shield the lantern, flame guttering, casting jittery puppets across damp canvas. Dutch riggers painted eyes on patches, so sails watch for storms when crew sleeps. Your repairs stay blind, trusting your ears over sailcloth intuition. Silence stretches again, vaster than the gap between Malta's western cliffs. Mooring ropes creak, straining against tides as old as Phoenician wine jugs. Historians still argue whether those jugs held pitch or pomegranate wine, mislabeled cargo confounding scholars. Your tar pot's fumes suggest both possibilities, stung equally. Left knee cracks, rising after hours, grinding against salt-cured planks. Blood rushes back needles, pricking your calf, tiny lightnings beneath the skin. Ligurian menders worked standing, said kneeling, dulled the spirit as much as blades. Tonight your bones decree the old way wrong. A splinter embeds itself beneath your thumbnail payment for patching the cog's wounds. You suck the sting, iron tang, mixing with oak tannins, a sailor's communion wafer. Last week's bread mold tasted holier, but pain always freshens perspective. Horizon pales, false dawn teasing night-shocked eyes. You've patched through darker hours, that Corsican squall, where waves threw fish onto deck, grateful for pilchards, less so when flying gurnards slapped your face mid-stitch. Lantern oil sputters last drops hissing their surrender. Without light, your fingers' red canvas braille, flaws written in puckered seams and frayed edges. Ottoman sailmakers worked blindfolded, testing repairs by scent alone. Their pitch-dipped threads perfumed whole harbors, an argument for smell over sight. Your final knot cinches tight as a usurer's purse. The sail hangs slack, heavy with rain and repairs. A battle-worn flag awaiting wind's return. Cool air ruffles your nape, morning stealing up like a contrite lover. No birds yet, no human voices, just water's endless shushing against wood. Your all rests, still warm from hours of friction, a loyal hound after the hunt. Silence stitches itself into the canvas. Now your needle's whispers part of the weave. Orion's belt glints through the rigging, 3 stars pinned against the sail's leftmost tier. You squint, counting the same pinpricks that guided Phoenician ships toward Sicilian barley ports. Navigation by starlight kept empires fed, though tonight those constellations just mock your crooked stitches. A ratline creaks overhead, hemp fibers groaning under the weight of infinite black. 16th century Genoese sailors swore Orion strung those lines himself, celestial rigging for ghost fleets. Your own ropes look frayed by comparison, earthbound and tar-stained. Needle slows, drowsiness softening the ache between your shoulder blades. Each thread now glimmers white, moonlight turning plain hemp into something almost holy. Medieval sailmakers used lunar cycles to time repairs, believing full moon stitches held twice as long. Superstition blends with habit as you yawn, threading another sleepy loop. One patch glows brighter than the rest, linen stolen from a Marseille friar's discarded alb. Historians still argue whether clergy garments were repurposed for sails or burial shrouds. Tonight, it just makes decent wind cover God's threads, holding firm against mundane gusts. You lean back, spine cracking louder than the mast's damp wood. Rigging casts a net of shadows across the deck, a spider's trap for tired minds. Sailors once named this hour rat's mass, when rodents held court in empty holds. Below, you hear them skittering through grain sacks, tiny thieves inheriting your night shift. Stitching becomes mechanical, fingers moving without their daytime sharpness. Each pull of thread feels heavier, as if drawing starlight through the canvas. Ancient Greeks claimed Orion wove the first fishing nets, his celestial loom reflected in every snare. Your patchwork seems clumsy next to those myths, all thumbs and half-forgotten knots. The sail billows gently stretched between mast and imagination. Polaris winks just above the repaired leech line, steady as a masthead lamp. You remember Portuguese pilots steering by that star, their caravels lighter than this lumbering cog. How many menders squinted at its light, aching hands tracing its constancy. Cold seeps through your woolen knee pads, deck planks leaching warmth into the void. Dark hours play tricks. The sails' patches look like missing puzzle pieces from other skies. Some claim you can stitch wishes into canvas if Saturn's aligned. Your only wish now is for dawn, or at least warmer fingers. Memory stirs. A boy in Alexandria once taught you a Libyan mending song. His voice stays with you, though his face dissolved into salt air years back. Heavy thread for heavy waves, he'd hum needle dipping like a tiny oar. You hum the fragment now, notes fraying into night. A shooting star streaks west, quick as a blade slicing silk. Ottoman astronomers logged such lights as sky stitches, divine repairs to heaven's fabric. You track its fade, wondering what cosmic tear required mending tonight. Lamp oil's nearly gone, wick drowning in metallic sludge. Fingers fumble the next stitch, pricking your thumb hard enough to startle. Pain blinks through the drowsiness, salt and copper blooming on your tongue. 13-year-old, you would have sucked the wound. Now you let it bleed onto canvas, offering. Cotton wrap unravels around your wrist, limp as a dead jellyfish. The rag came from a Florentine merchant's discarded shirt. Silk seems still clinging to rough cloth. Funny how luxury ends up reinforcing labor. Gold thread glinting in the repairs. North wind shifts, carrying the scent of Sardinian thyme from unseen cliffs. You breathe deep, lungs filling with land's distant greeting. Nights so still now, even the waves hush their slapping. Medieval sound maps called this tide's breath, when the sea whispers secrets to shore. Orion tilts westward, his dagger dipping toward realms your cog will never sail. Your needle follows the motion, drawn downward by fatigue and gravity. Tightening the last stitch feels like hoisting anchor, muscles straining against invisible weight. Eyelids sag, world narrowing to the circle of dim light around your hands. Starlight bleeds into lamplight. Threads become blurry filaments. Sailcloth merges with skycloth. Historians still argue whether ancient mariners confused phosphorescent algae with actual stars. Tonight, you'd believe any mirage Orion tossed your way. Silence thickens, swallowing the ship's usual groans and creaks. Even the rats pause their thieving, holding their breath as constellations reel. Your last stitch sits uneven, looser than the others, but dawn won't judge. The final knot trembles under your thumb, a little heart beating under calloused skin. Some say sailmakers leave their pulse in every repair, threaded through the fibers. Your own pulse feels weary, gentle thumps against weary canvas. Cool air slips beneath your collar, whispering of watchfires on distant hills. Lands out there somewhere, full of unmended tears, in need of hands like yours. But the cog sways, cradling you in its salt-crusted arms, patient as the stars. Orion's belt fades, swallowed by the same gray tide erasing your footprints on deck. You don't fight the yawn this time, letting it lift your chin toward the paling sky. Stitches blur, lines softening, until needle, thread, and stars weave one drowsy tapestry. Fingers still move, habit outlasting awareness, joining earthly cloth to star mesh. Your knees press into cargo hold planks, damp wood-breathing salt under your weight. That bronze disc lies half-buried beneath hemp sacks, its engraved lines catching weak lamplight. Scholars call it an astrolabe, star measurer, though tonight it's just cold metal against your palm. Moored ships once carried these from Alexandria to Cadiz, Muslim navigators charting winds against its brass face, a mainstream truth. Yet no captain here can read its Hebrew constellations now. Your thumb traces the reedy's spiderweb frame, points marking stars long buried under daylight. Historians still argue whether Arab or Jewish mathematicians perfected these instruments. You only know its weight, heavy, with unused calculations, like carrying a silent lexicon. Dawn remains hours off, too soon for taking altitudes, so the disk rests mute. Beneath its rim hides a scratch likely from some hurried pirate tossing it aside during their plunder rush. Quirkier still, your first mate swears astrolabes store whispers between voyages, harbor gossip trapped in their pawnbroker engravings. You hold it to your ear, hearing nothing but the ship's restless creaking. The hold smells of wormhood and rat droppings, sharp odors, underpinned by brine. Mice skitter behind olive jars, their claws scraping rhythms older than your cog's keel. 12th century sailors believed rodents deserted sinking ships first, tiny prophets fleeing watery ends. Candle wax pools near the astrolabe's shadow, dying flame warping its shape into something amoebic. You tilt the disc, watching moonlight slither across its graduated arcs. Medieval navigators feared lunar interference, claiming full moons drowned lesser stars in their silver noise. 1-degree marker bears teeth marks, some desperate soul verifying its reality during a storm. Experts think Genoese captains tested brass purity, this way fake alloys being softer than true gear. You resist the urge to bite, knowing superstition outlasts hunger. Your stitching calluses catch on the instruments, edge rough skin, recognizing kindred labor. Both of you tools awaiting dawn's first navigable light, both grubby with human handling. The astrolabe feels colder than the sea, its chill seeping into tired knuckles. Below decks, time warps minutes stretching like overworked thread. Ship's boys swore this space housed temporal ghosts, chrononauts stranded between tides. You count heartbeats instead, 23 throbs before a rat disturbs the silence again. Lamplight gilds the zodiac engravings, Pisces flaking under centuries of salt air. Navigators once aligned these fish with spring equinoxes, guiding fattest catches into Sicilian nets. Tonight, they're just decorative scales, tarnished fins pointing nowhere urgent. The ship rolls, astrolabe shifting against your thigh, like a living thing. 13th century Venetians called them metal tortoises, slow but sure across cosmic currents. Your lips shape the term now tortoise, a creature built for patience you lack. Sea damp has fogged the mater's engraved latitudes, Mediterranean ports, reduced to moldy smudges. Constantinople's marker wears particularly thin, scrubbed raw by obsessive thumbing. You imagine Byzantines clutching this disc, stars reflected in their desperate pupils. Hunger stirs, thin breakfast gruel already burnt off by night's labor. Mending taught you how stomachs knot like tangled rigging, a familiar discomfort. You trace the disc's shadow, pretending it's a stale oat cake, ironic laughter bubbling low. Astrolabes doubled as primitive clocks in fog, their moving parts counting hours between bell strikes. Tonight it ticks silently, an internal metronome felt through fingertips. The maker's name hides under patina, Latin letters blurred beyond recovery. Candlewick drowns, plunging the hold into thick shadow. Dark magnifies small sounds. The astrolabe's faint hum against woolen leggings, shipworms chewing timber like infinite suppers. Moorish sailors believed instruments sang when danger neared, their bronze songs warning of reefs. You cup the disc like a stolen relic, heating it with your own animal warmth. Metal resists, remaining aloof, a scholar among peasants. Its engraved celestial pole stares blankly, indifferent to your mortal shivers. Hold air tastes of fermenting raisins and oxidized copper, tiny deaths, perfuming the stillness. 14th century cellarers called this cargo breath, believing ships exhaled consumed treasures. You inhale deep, lungs filling with ghosted figs and forgotten silk. Far above, Orion marches toward dawn, his tread shaking loose, dew from rigging. The astrolabe remains earthbound thinker of thoughts your stitching palms can't fathom. Stargazing feels different through oak planks, constellations reduced to hypothetical geometries. Your thumbnail finds a fleck of verdigris, peeling it like dead skin from the disc's edge. Green powder dusts the air, cedar-scented, hinting at long-dead artisan sweat. Alchemists once prized such patina, claiming it held celestial wisdom in mineral form. Fatigue blurs vision, the astrolabe's shadow doubling, tripling against burlap sacks. You recall night fishermen seeing double north stars, drunken miracles guiding them home. Perhaps sleep deprivation births its own unreliable magics. The disc's alidade arm sticks, frozen at 30 degrees by salt corrosion. Persian skywatchers would weep at such neglect, their delicate precision rusted to guesswork. You wiggle the pointer, grit grinding, until it loosens with a grudging squeal. Cold seeps upward from the bilge, watery fingers clutching ankles. Crusader ships stored these instruments near ballast, believing their weight stabilized spiritual uncertainty. You shift position, wooden knees protesting, metal warming at last against your core. First watchman's footsteps thump overhead, distant drumbeats signaling night's fragile end. The astrolabe vibrates, faintly transferring their tread into your palm, alive with human rhythms. Stars pale through deck cracks, fainter photons losing their nightly war. You rotate the reedy until Vega aligns with its etched twin, a pointless act without horizon measurements. Still, the symmetry pleases, cosmic order, imposed for your own amusement. Twilight washes the disk's face, turning engravings into urgent hieroglyphs. Hunger shifts into nausea, a familiar acid burn behind the ribs. Cargo mold prickles your nostrils, punishment for breathing too deeply. Somewhere beneath wormhood, scent lingers Andalusi roses, pressed between star charts generations back. Dawn leaks through ceiling seams, gold threads stitched into whole darkness. The astrolabe's purpose returns with the light, mathematical creature greeting its element. Soon, the captain will demand altitudes, and you'll surrender this cold companion. Your thumb polishes a clean spot on the mater, briefly restoring legible latitudes. Barcelona shines dully, a scratched home port for previous handlers. All instruments wander, you think, like sailors, rarely dying where they're born. Footsteps descend the ladder, heavy boots smelling of night watch coffee. You tuck the astrolabe beneath sacking, bronze protest, muffled by jute, its song interrupted. Day's chores loom, all mended sails and squinted horizons. Yet in that final darkness, you feel the disk thrum, a whispered chord joining earth and sky, shared purpose waiting, known only to laborers who handle night's fragile edge. Metal cools against your retreating palm, already missing human warmth. Ladder rungs shiver under your ascent, each step reclaiming you for daylight duties. Below, the hold swallows secrets again, bronze disk settling into patient silence. Your fingers flex, memorizing the ghost weight of celestial machinery. Yellow dawn stings salt-crusted eyes, world resuming its crude colors and sharper edges. Astrolabes belong to blurry hours, you decide. Crepuscular creatures thriving between realms. The deck greets you with wind and wood smoke, ordinary wonders, needing no instruments to measure. Above, Orion vanishes into blue annihilation, his nightly repairs complete. You touch the patched sail, hands remembering bronze chill, even as sun warms them. Both artifacts, cloth and metal, woven from waiting and salt. Cook shouts from the galley, his voice shredding night's last delicate threads. You climb toward messy daylight, leaving the astrolabe to its silent calculations below. Behind you, its shadow stretches needle-thin, still pointing west. The sea weaves its own cloth tonight, threading kelp ribbons through moonlit waves like a drunken tailor. You squint at the tangles, your needle pausing mid-stitch, watching nature's shoddy darning job unravel with each tide. Moonbeam needles pierce the water, stitching silver seams across black fabric, a ripped tapestry, you realize, one the Mediterranean has been mending since Phoenician ships first snapped threads through here. Historians still argue whether Roman sailors patched wounds with seaweed, but your grandfather swore by its sting. Beneath the cog, kelp forests sway their fronds, conducting silent underwater carousels. Sea silk, they called it once, that rare fiber spun from clam guts that only emperors could afford. You thread cheaper hemp through canvas, yet feel oddly regal when damp wind billows your patches. One strand of moonlight catches a jellyfish, translucent veil dragging behind it like dropped lace. Phoenician brides once wore such creatures in their hair brief shimmer before the mucus spoiled. You chuckle, imagining nobles scratching at dissolving coiffures during high mass. Tide pulls seaweed against the hull, squeaky friction like wet boots on deck. Medieval sailors wound those slippery straps around wounds, believing salt and rot could staunch bleeding. Experts think half their amputations came from infected kelp bandages. Your own canvas patch darkens, damp seeping through linen, making the needle slide easier. 30 knots beneath you, old Posidonia grass carpets the seafloor, sprouting since Rome fell. That meadow breathes slower than land forests, each blade a century old. Kelp pods glow as they bump the ship, bioluminescent beads strung on invisible thread. Corsican Weisswomen once harvested such plants during full moons, claiming their smoke revealed drowned souls. The first mate scoffs, yet you notice him tossing garlic overboard at twilight. A wave shuffles the seaweed, suddenly arranging it into Titian-y knotwork, perfect geometric coils. Fishermen whisper of finding these patterns after saints' feast days, miraculous braids left by weary ocean spirits. You blink, and the tide unravels the design, leaving only chaos. Salty spray licks your canvas, leaving crusted trails like lace. 17-year-old, you would have cursed this setback. Now you welcome the moisture softening stubborn fibers. Far off, a leatherback turtle rips through kelp, jaws crunching vegetation, like an old woman eating hard candy. Their kind swam these waters when Crete's painters still frescoed bull leapers onto palace walls. Your needle feels suddenly small, yet connected to that ancient pulse. Moonlight brightens, revealing purple stains where squid ink bled into the sail weeks prior. Portuguese dyers once paid fortunes for such murex hues, their fingers permanently stained imperial Tyrian. You stab the needle extra hard, anointing rough cloth with your own thimble blood. Currents twist a kelp strand around the rudder green rope, tightening with each swell. You recognize the half-hitch knot forming, same one holding your patch in place. Maybe the sea apprenticed under the same Carthaginian sail-mender as you. Salt crusts your lips' taste of 100 childhood disasters mended on docks. Your father's voice echoes through the waves, that growl he used when you botched a splice job. Thread follows need, not daydreams. Kelp sacks pop under the hull, pneumatophores, exploding like muted fireworks. Renaissance herbalists stuffed those bladders into mattresses, claiming they cured gout with their bounce. You imagine royals tossing sleeplessly on crackling seaweed beds, bladder symphony keeping crowns awake. Dawn threatens eastward, pinking the horizon like flesh under a tight bandage. Night's watery loom slows its weaving golden threads, overtaking silver in the fabric. You tie off your final knot, the canvas, now part ship, part kelp forest, part your own salt-crusted history. When the sail billows tomorrow, it'll sing with tones no land-born cloth can replicate, a ballad of mended wounds and oceanic patience. The sea keeps stitching. The bone needle slips, just slightly, as dawn's first light bleeds across your knuckles. Your thumb finds the old groove worn into its shaft, a dip shaped by 40 winters of patching storm-ripped nets. Call it muscle memory, or his hand still wrapped around yours, guiding the stitch through coarse hemp. Brackish wind carries the ghost of Genoa's fish markets, salt-crusted wood, crushed oregano from hillside farms. You close your eyes just for a breath, and you're 9 summers old again, kneeling on sun-warmed dock planks with torn cod nets piling beside you. Don't chase the hole, make the hole come to you. His voice rumbles through memory, a sound like rope dragged over gravel. His fingers split at every knuckle close over your tiny fist. The needle moves differently in his grip, jabbing sideways instead of forward. A cheating shortcut learned from Marseille corsairs. Medieval menders mixed sheep's blood with thread, believing it strengthened nets against sea monsters. You watched him spit on the hemp, instead rough laughter shaking his chest. Better monsters than dockmaster's scales, one bitter December, they brought him a sail shredded by cannons, French broadsides chewing the crow's nest to splinters. He worked by brazier light, singeing his beard when drowsiness dipped his chin. Left-handed sailmakers stitch counterclockwise, shearing wind better. Or so the Portsmouth dockhands swore. They paid double for his southpaw knots, though you never saw the difference yourself. You feel the familiar twist now, wrist rotating palm up as you lock the thread. Your father's hands were born to rope, fingers too thick for lace bobbins. Yet Queen's merchants sought his repairs, that massive thumb still steering your needle 40 tides later. Historians still argue whether shipyard boys earned wages or just escaped being sold to farmers. You tasted both truths, 3 copper bits per net, plus kicks when the harbor master caught you stealing resin. Memory flashes, his peeling nose bent over a Turkish carpet, seller's torn awning. The merchant kept shouting, furious fingers poking air, while your father stitched in silence. When finished, he yanked the fabric hard, gaping holes gone tighter than a miser's purse. Wordless, he tossed the awning back smirking as coins clattered onto cobbles. Tar bubbles pop in the pot beside you, soundtrack of childhood. Each puff brings that Venice summer, the insane neighbor who sold mermaid repellent made of squid ink and beeswax. They laughed until lagoon jellyfish avoided their hulls. Moonlight fades, his phantom grip loosens, leaving only your trembling fingers against damp canvas. Ancestors crowd the deck now, centuries of menders who knew this ache between shoulder blades. Phoenicians who darned sails with sea grass, Athenians plaiting gold thread into torn battle pennants. Your needle connects them all, little bronze bridge across drowned empires. Resin tugs your thread, clinging like his warnings used to. Never trust a dry knot or a smiling shipwright. Dawn bleeds into the eastern patchwork, tinting the deck with hues he'd mock. Fancy colors won't stop cannonballs, girl. Dark humor became his compass, navigating storms, plague seasons, your mother's empty cot. The evening he taught you lock stitches, gale winds howled through the chandler's shed. Wind, just lonely, he'd growled needle, flashing through torn sailcloth. Wants to taste our soup, you shape the final knot, identical to 12 million others tied under his watch. Skeins outlive sailors, this truth hums in the fibers, as waves drum against ancient wood. Light spills across the deck, dawn shift, approaching footsteps pounding from the galley below. His voice fades, but never leaves, etched into each loop, each scar, each sting. When salt seeps into raw skin, you blow on the finished mend. Same way he'd cool your burned fingers over harbor cookfires. The needle tucks away, still warm from shared memory. Sea birds screech, drowning his phantom growl, yet the lesson remains. A good stitch, like a good sailor, bends, but won't break. You touch the canvas, smiling at imperfections, knowing he'd find every flaw and love them best. Waxed hemp rasps your palm, each pull flaying cells, hardened by decades of labor. New pain blooms beneath the leather thumb guard, vibrating up your wrist like rebel lightning. You relish this ache, honest, uncomplicated, a compass point when the horizon blurs. Dawn's early glare stings far worse. Someone swapped fresh cordage onto your work pile overnight, thread stiffer than Genoa's consuls at a debt hearing. You flex your hand, knuckles protesting, before plunging the needle. Northern islands once prized whale-gut thread. It didn't rot, but smelled like butchered hope. You'll take southern hemp, stinging and familiar any dawn. That sting ties you to now, to this pitching deck, to the gull shit streak on your left knee. Medieval monks wrote prayers into rope fibers, believing sacred knots repelled storms. Your father spat at such notions while making the sign against the evil eye. Contradictions were his trade winds. Historians still argue whether Spanish sailmakers boiled their threads in sour wine or just retailer lies to hike prices. You dunk yours in common tar, same as Venetian dock brats taught you 50 winters back. Dark humor keeps the thread moving. Think of Florence's silk merchants selling stormproof ribbons that dissolved in drizzle. Their screams when washed out gowns flapped from rigging like shame flags. Your laugh comes hoarse, raw as your knuckles. Slanting light hits the freshly waxed twine, turning it gold like those cursed Aztec trinkets, sinking good men off Hispaniola. Funny how pain polishes memory. You were 14 pressing blistered hands into Adriatic sand, learning salt's brutal kindness. The rigging creaks above, straining against invisible pressures. Lancashire dockhands swore ships sailed smoother when riggers cursed while threading blocks. You test this, muttering about portside rats the size of papal hounds. The deck steadies, or pretends to. Maintenance logs from Bordeaux shipyards prove beeswax prolonged cordage life. But which idiot wrote that pleasant aroma calms restless crews? Your nostrils flare at the stench, hot wax mingling with rancid oakum, reef knot tightens, biting into your index finger's deepest scar. This particular badge came from rigging Maltese pleasure barges, sweating under a duke's sneer. How many lordlings realize sails need blood sacrifice to hold their breeze? Numbness spreads through your thumb pad, blunt warning from overtaxed nerves. Odd to think, Byzantine surgeons mapped hand nerves, dissecting hanged pirates, yet couldn't cure their emperor's migraines. The needle slips, stab bouncing off your leather guard. Wool wrapped against dawn's chill, you still feel the steel's mocking kiss. 3 stitches left, maybe 4, all blurred by fatigue. Your squint carves trenches in your temples. Port crews whispered of rogue tides carrying Alexander's lost glass diving bell, bobbing empty off Cyprus. You imagine it now, phosphorescent, haunting sardine shoals near your childhood cove. Fancy drowns faster than facts. One final tug seats the knot, friction singing through calluses. Pain leaps awake, fresh, bright, an anchor in the swirling world. You breathe into it, as Cretan net menders taught you before their harbor sank into myth. Below deck cookware clangs, heralding porridge, never thick enough to stand a spoon in. But the sting stays, hones you this faithful rasp between flesh and fiber. Salt wind scours the deck clean, and you grin knowing the sea always wants more. Eastern clouds blush, staining the world rose gold, as if some celestial painter wiped his brush there. You pause, needle halfway through a hemp patch, watching light bleed across your repairs. Madder red threads deepen, indigo ones turn bruise purple ochre, patches glow like stolen sunlight. Funny, you've worked this sail for months, but never seen it breathe color. Damp linen stiffens under your palm, dawn's warmth chasing night from the fibers. One crimson patch matches the shade Phoenician artists demanded, ground-up bugs from Armenia, costlier than wine. Historians still argue whether Pompeian red walls were intentionally garish, or just age-darkened pigments misleading modern eyes. Your thumb rubs a cerulean mend, threads dyed with woad from Toulouse fields. Medieval illuminators swore blue dyes worked best under Taurus moons, a quirk even their alchemy manuals couldn't explain. You'd trade 12 barrels of that superstition for one dry morning. Wind shifts, carrying galley smoke, pine resin tang mixing with your tar pot's musk. The sail ripples, patches becoming a tattered mosaic. Memories surface, father dipping rags in walnut dye back when your hands were small enough to stain brown for weeks. A zigzag repair catches your eye, that jagged tear from the Corsican squall. Your stitches carve through it, black thread on gray canvas, like Arabic calligraphy on a merchant's scroll. Cairo scribes once inked holy verses onto sails, believing words could steady ships. You prefer good hemp. Your knuckle brushes a saffron yellow patch, its dye leached from autumn crocuses. Cleopatra wore robes this hue, scholars confirm, but probably didn't spend hours scrping plant slime off dyer's vats like you did at 15. Golden light hits a mended corner, revealing the botched stitch you'll never admit to. Royal painters hid mistakes with guilt, so why not you? You smirk, plucking a strand of gilt thread from your kit. Byzantium silk, pillaged during the Fourth Crusade, now anchoring Genoese canvas. Luxury reduced to band-aid. Tar bubbles pop beside your knee, scent conjuring Ravenna's boiling pits. August heat shimmering over cauldrons. Workers joked pitch fumes, preserved corpses, better than Alexandrian embalmers, though no mummy trade flourished there. You disagree. Yesterday's pork stew feels plenty preserved in your gut. Beneath the cobalt patch, something winks, a fleck of real azurite stone, sewn in by some long-dead mender. French nobles believed lapis lazuli in sails sped voyages, crushed gems worth more than the ship. You tap the blue speck, saluting that extravagant ghost. Historians whisper Egyptian sailmakers used mummy wrappings for thread, peak recycling. You test this, imagining stitching pharaoh bandages into a sail. Creepy, but cheaper than Toulouse woad. The needle slides easier suddenly, as if amused. Pink gold beams hit resin droplets on your thread, turning them to amber. 163 patches. You count each a flawed sunrise. Giotto would weep at your composition, though his frescoes never faced 40-knot winds. Muscles protest as you lean back, spine cracking like the ship's timbers. Renaissance artists mixed pigments with egg yolk, you recall, while yours bind with sweat and blood. More durable, if less fragrant. Last night's numbness retreats, stitching burns sharper now. That raw honesty steadies you. Dawn strips away mercy, showing every repair's true color. You squint, suddenly understanding why painters chase morning light. Wood smoke thickens, sailors waking below deck. But this hour belongs to your needle and the sun's critique. Yellow ochre stitches glare like betrayals. Indigo ones whisper secrets. Canvas transforms, no longer fabric, but a battle map of survival. Wind tugs your hair salty fingers, mussing 3 days of grease and sea spray. You almost laugh, this wind judging your work, harsher than any Medici patron. The sail snaps, tensing, as if taking offense, ready or not for whatever comes. Wood hums beneath your palm, a vibration traveling up your wrist, more felt than heard. You lean closer, palm flat against the plank, near the mizzenmast, where pine resin has bled black over centuries. Time rubs layers smooth, yet the core remembers its first forest. Historians agree Mediterranean ships were often named for saints, or victories, or loved ones left ashore. But this cog utters something deeper, less a name than the groan of rings tightening within its timber. You press your ear to salt-crusted grain, the hour before dawn, when wood speaks clearest. Alder, that's the first syllable you catch, not mighty oak or cedar, humble drowned alder. Some shipwrights preferred it for ribs, claiming flexible trunks spared hulls in winter storms. Others mocked it as peasant wood, unworthy of war galleys. You trace a knot, wondering if the tree wept when axes came. The sound rises again, wet and low, like a harpsichord string plucked underwater. Flemish shipbuilders whispered of living keels, that vessels with charmed names outran pirates. You've never believed it. Yet now, your blisters itch with memory, calluses formed by hands long turned to salt. 3 centuries of repairs whisper beneath your fingers. One patch neat crescent stitches might be Genoese sailcloth from the Black Sea trade. Another coarse jute smacks of Byzantine emergency fixes after Greek fire. You press a thumb where tar has soaked deepest, blacker than Ravenna's midnight pitch, and feel warmth still bleeding from older wounds. Fantastic yarn maybe, but didn't Roman triremes supposedly groan louder before battle? Carthaginian logs dragged uphill for shipyards. Historians still argue whether elephants or enslaved workers hauled them, both stories written by victors. Your jaw tightens, knowing this wood's tailies outweigh scribbled scrolls. The deck thrums a bass note, shivering through knees. 17 degrees starboard tilt, you count the angle where strained beams sing truest. Baltic shipwrights once floated timber under full moons, letting selkies bless the grain. Practical men called it rot prevention. But you've seen stranger things at sea. That splinter under your index finger, smooth as ivory, could be from Venice's arsenal repairs during the Ottoman blockades, or just some drunk carpenter's slip in Marseille. Names blur, but service endures. 279 winter voyages, if mast notches tell truth. Wind stills, an odd lull giving voice to the central beam. 2 syllables emerge guttural, a choked vowel from waterlogged pulp. Gaelic, Old Ligurian. You try shaping it with salt-cracked lips, but the sound dies unborn. This name belongs only to the deep. A chill climbs your spine, not from dawn mist. The oak-impact seam beside your knee exhales damp, smelling of tide pools and dead anchors. Shipworms click in the hold, their white mouths chewing history into sawdust. Even iron nails surrender to time, leaving stains like ghost rivets in the grain. You scrape varnish with a thumbnail, revealing grain whorls like storm fingerprints. Modern scholars X-ray hulls, dating wood by pollen trapped in resin. They'd scoff at your listening, yet here the proof thrums. 12 generations of deckhands have polished this spot smooth, fingertips wearing divots into maritime confession. A boom above snaps tight, the sail remembering its duty, silencing the ship's voice. Dawn's first true light stabs the deck, turning your mended canvas into a beacon. The cog sighs, resuming its daytime silence, secrets locked beneath tar and toil. You rise, knees popping, and pat the gunwale twice, a pact between menders across drowned centuries. No saint's name etched here, no king's vanity, just alder and salt and stubbornness. Below deck, the watchman's spoon clangs on a porridge pot, erasing magic with breakfast. Above, gulls scream like auctioneers, selling dawn to the highest bidder. You pocket your needle, the ship's true name dissolving like foam, as all names must when the sea claims them. Your thumb finds a new gouge near the scuppers, work waiting even for ghosts. Lines creak, ropes stretching like waking muscles. You tilt your head, hoping for one last murmur, but the cog guards its silence now. Only the wind answers, whistling through fresh repairs, playing your stitches like a shanty. So it goes. Ships speak, then forget, and only menders remember the words. Resin weeps gold in the growing light. You touch the plank once more, half expecting warmth, finding only sea-cold wood. How many before you stood here, listening, as dawn stole the ship's voice? Their names are gone too, sanded away by the years. Footsteps approach, stomping sleep from their boots. You turn, the deck alive again with shouts and clanging pails. But in that turn, like a flash burn on the retina, you glimpse them. All of them, calloused hands pressed where yours just were. They nod, not smiling, then fade with the stars. Tar bubbles burst on your abandoned pot, each pop a tiny requiem. The sail snaps overhead, patches glowing like stained glass, anchoring you back to the now. Below your feet, the cog holds its name close, waiting for the next quiet hour and the next listener to kneel. Salt crusts your lips, sharper now, as the sirocco's humid breath finally retreats southward. Your wool sleeve tugs at drying resin, threads stiffening into amber armor against tomorrow's labor. That north wind, Promethean thief, steals moisture from every surface. Even the deck's warped planks grow taunter, groaning like overtuned lutes. You blink at the sail, gray linen tightening across mended ribs. Hours ago, it hung limp as a widow's shawl. Now, it snaps eager for quarrel. Historians tally Genoa's victories by ledger and cannon. But any sailor knows winds win wars. Forget gunpowder. The Tramontana decided Lepanto's outcome, breaking Ottoman or formations before a single galley closed ranks. Tar fumes sharpen, shedding their syrupy cloak for something pine-sharp and alert. Resin heals faster now, curring into glossy black scales under the wind's needle. They say Venetian sail-menders spat in their pitch pots to speed hardening, though you've seen apprentices faint from the fumes. Your own pot bubbles clean Monte Fassolo pine tar, expensive, but worth the coin when gales hit. Threads contract across patches, pulling Egypt-dyed jute taut against Flemish canvas. That Byzantine silk strand, half buried in repairs yesterday, now winks like smuggled treasure. Never understood why crusaders looted fabrics. They fray just like common hemp 800 years later, a ripped banner from Acre's siege, currently cleaning fish guts in Marseille. You'd bet your all. Ropes exhale sour dampness. 3 days of sirocco sweats lifted from their hemp hearts. The main halyard sings, almost A minor, as wind finds its frayed throat. Moorish pirates reportedly hung musicians from cursed ships, silk cords woven with human hair. You doubt it, but wouldn't put past those Barbarossa lads, true artists of cruelty. Your needle case feels lighter, waxed threads inside shrinking, rattling like dried bones. Tension spreads, possibly imagined from sail to sinew. Shoulders roll back, spine remembering uprightness after crouched hours. Scholars debate whether Tramontana air carries measurable electricity, but your neck hairs vote yes. Crackling above the collar, canvas booms, a bass note felt in molars. That starboard patch, yesterday's headache, now holds firm as Gibraltar limestone. Go ahead, test it. You silently dare the wind, knowing storms respect audacity least of all. The sail becomes drumhead, sky the drummer, your stitches the rivets, holding chaos at bay. Resin fingerprints glint on your knife handle, drying faster than you can wipe them. Medieval wort charmers claimed north winds cured ailments, left babies fair-haired, hardened cheese perfectly. You've seen it bleach kelp white, so maybe. Your raw thumb, all blistered weep, seems to numb under the air's cold blade. Watchmen stomp past, breath visible now, cursing the cold's return. One kicks the tar pot, stiffening sole, peeling off like burnt skin. Bad luck scraping pitch before noon. He mutters some Baltic superstition about offending sea whites. You'll risk it. This tacky black gold only cooperates while brittle. Dawn bleaches the horizon. No more sirocco pinks, just hard pewter light. Temperature plummets, stealing warmth from plank, seams where you knelt moments ago. 20 years back off Crete, you saw frost form on rigging. In May, Tramontana's fickle signature. Captain swore Poseidon himself exhaled that gale, woke up cranky from a Titan's hangover. The sail's edge trembles, newly taut, casting knife-sharp shadows across deck. You squint, stitches now visible as braille against light. Makes you proud, briefly, before recalling the 3 fresh tears noted last night. Never ends, this dance with entropy. Archivists quarrel whether medieval sails lasted 2 seasons or 2 decades, based on conflicting ledgers. You'd laugh, if not stabbing palm with a blunt needle just now. Salt sprays your cheek, crisper, harsher, as waves relearn their discipline under northern rule. Sirocco lets oceans slump like drunkards, but Tramontana whips them soldier straight. You taste iodine, iron, those deep-water minerals. Only cold winds scoop skyward. Pneumonia's breath, your mother called it. But you inhale deep anyway, clearing 3 days of mildew from your lungs. Resin flakes off your wrist, dandruff of the damned, as you flex aching fingers. That final pot, left unstirred, now hardens beyond salvage. Fine, let the damn stuff fossilize. Tomorrow's tears will make fresh glue. Every cog carries a half-ton of discarded pitches. Beneath ballast stones like geological layers of sailors' regrets. The crow's nest sways, less drunken pendulum, more metronome now, keeping tempo with waves. Below deck, those damned shipworms pause their chewing, sensitive to barometric shifts. According to Alexandrian scrolls, you press an ear to wood, hearing only silence where scritch legions worked hours ago. Small mercies. Canvas shivers, wanting to fly, but harbor chains hold fast. 8 more hours till tide swim. You almost pity the sail, mended and eager, tethered like a festival hawk. Medieval merchants timed voyages around saints' days and winds. Cremona's silk fare, always the first tramontana after Easter. Sloops raced to dock before the season's best prices crashed. Cold numbs your split lip, split by yesterday's rope lash, as you lean into the wind's teeth. Feels clean at least compared to Sirocco's spongy suffocation. That Moorish puzzle poem nailed in Algiers harbor cautioned against winds that kiss like mothers, then bury like sexton. Never named names, but you know. Light climbs, sharpening shadows, until even frayed rope casts knife edges from deck. Air thrums, a different frequency than Sirocco's drone, more bowstring than drum. Modern mariners dismiss wind lore, but you track moods by its song on the stays. Today's a blade-sharp aria, tomorrow might bring a drunkard's hum. Your water flask sweats, condensation freezing into rhyme, foreign, after days of warm damp. Drink deep, liquid cold enough to ache. No chance of floating sewer smells today. Tramontana suffocates harbor stench. Genoese nobles used to flee the coast when these winds hit, said it worsened their gout. Weak-blooded dotards never felt fresher blood than this. A gull crashes onto the yardarm, usual grace gone, wings fighting the wind's new rules. It shrieks, indignant, like a gambler caught cheating. You snort, send a resin flake spinning into air. Breakfast, if it can catch prey in this maelstrom. Good luck. That stubborn resin stain on your knee hardens, crumbling when you poke it, ash-gray dust. Another hour, you'll need a chisel. Byzantine menders supposedly used asbestos fibers for wind-proof patches, never catching flame. You prefer hemp, less likely to murder you slowly, though jury's out on the tar fumes. Horizon bruises, indigo smudged into gold, as clouds scull northward in tidy squadrons. Remember that Catalan captain who painted cloud types on his cabin, ceiling, sleeping beneath cumulus frescoes, got stabbed in Syracuse, but died happy, they say. You'd rather watch real ones free of charge. Salt granulates on the rail. You write a crooked A with your fingertip, only for wind to erase it. All letters dissolve here, ink or blood given time. Phoenician glyphs, Phoenician curses, Byzantine prayers eaten by the same air. You carve a fresh groove in the gunwale, one notch east of yesterday's. Let the wind find that. Rope burns on your palm, forgotten under sweat, wake up icy and stinging. Salve them later, when cold numbs feeling. 5 men's left, 8, whose counting winds making the sail impatient. Thread won't lie straight now, twitching like a diviner's rod over water. Last night's quiet seems miles off another country, where wood whispered and shadows coddled. This morning's all edges and impatience, rigging taut as a tribunal's noose right before the drop. You breathe with the waves, counting between creaks, until the rhythm claims you back. 3 wars have scrapped over these winds, landlubbers, thinking they controlled tides, idiots holding treaties, as if Tramontana reads inked vellum, as if Sirocco cares who's king. Your sails better read, patient in weakness, fierce when fed knowing winds shift, faster than crowns shatter. The final drip from the tar pot freezes midair, shatters on deck black hail. You pocket a fragment, absurdly for luck, or maybe a weapon if the morning sours. Watchmen laugh, still rubbing sleep from their voices. But you've seen stranger charms work. Resin finally releases your sleeve, peeling away like old skin, leaving wool mottled but free. You stretch, joints popping, a marionette finding its strings. Canvas answers, snapping, threads humming their readiness. Dawn smelts the horizon, molten gold, and the north wind's done warming up. Time to dance. The golden strand glints, threaded between coarser hemp, an arrogant sunbeam refusing to fade. Your needle hesitates, reverence or revulsion, uncertain, as calloused fingers hover above Byzantium's corpse loot. 4th Crusade plunder. You know the history, knights gutting Constantinople like mackerel for a few bolts of silk. That sack birthed Venice's golden age, fortunes stitched from burnt churches and melted altar rails. Historians still argue whether crusaders targeted weavers' quarters first, or stumbled into silk vaults, drunk on altar wine. Resin-stiff knuckles brush the strand, smoother than gull feathers, untouched by salt's teeth. 800 years adrift from imperial looms to patching Genoese cogs, how the mighty plummet. Byzantine weavers supposedly used sea silk fibers from Mediterranean clams. FOR Chinese letter tunics, lighter than whispers. You doubt any survived the sack, too delicate, too flammable for crusader saddlebags. This strand feels heavy, loaded, as if dyed with murdered dyers' last curses. Wind plucks the sail, making the gold thread hum, a high sharp note above hemp's bass drone. You press it flat, resenting its persistence. Luxury shouldn't outlive empires, yet here it thrives, reinforcing a workhorse sail better than any hemp ever could. Some Venetian doge's pillow now stiff with North Sea spray. Irony tastes bitter as oak gall ink. Tar fumes blur for a blink into imagined incense smoke. Lamplight flickers across memories. Stage, a Thessaloniki tavern tale heard decades back. Blind yarn spinner claimed Byzantine silk, absorbed moonlight shone brighter with each full moon. You scoffed, yet now squinting, the thread pulses faintly against dawn's glare. Probably resin delirium. Needle pierces silk, surprisingly tough, fiber resisting like a nobleman refusing manual labor. Thread yanks your hand wild toward the mast, as if yearning to escape. You pin it down, thumb against its gilded spine. Crusaders probably felt this thrill, pinning silks beneath loot crates, ignoring weavers' screams, blood beads, where the strand slices your palm, crimson pearls rolling onto linen. Sailors say blood-bound stitches hold truest against gales, a grisly sort of warranty. Your blisters christen crusader loot, Byzantine sheen smudged with common labor. How the dyers would wail. North wind gusts, the whole sail rippling gold thread, now camouflaged among patches. Only when light hits just so oblique does it betray its lineage. 10 generations of emperors couldn't keep it, but your reef knot holds. Victories, a slippery fish, watchmen clomp past, boots crusted in dried pitch, snorting at your crouched form. Pearls before swine, one sneers, gesturing at the sail. You almost correct him. These aren't pearls, they're tombstones. Instead, flip him, a resin chunk, watching it skitter into scuppers. Memories surface, unbidden, of a Rhodian sail-mender, insisting gold thread attracted lightning, cursed any vessel carrying it, citing smashed masts off Cyprus. Superstitious, rot, yet your nape prickles during storms. Silk survives lightning, rotted imperial banners, proved that though shreds make poor proof, resin oozes over the golden strand, swaddling it in black amber protective, or imprisoning unclear. Byzantium's eagle woven here, or virgin's face, if you squint. Sun bakes the patch, fastening history to tomorrow's gale. You're all scratches, hemp, fresh tear, awaiting closure. But eyes drift back to gold. Scholars debate whether crusaders burned silk workshops to kill competition or pure spite. Doesn't matter now. Needle plunges, deciding this strand will outlive us all. Shadows shrink, dawn shifts to morning, and the silk still winks, defiant. Salt air sweeps decks clean, erasing blood drops, resin smells, regrets. The sail stiffens, ready gold hidden, but working. Luxury turned laborer, never complaining. You envy that. Below, waves slap the hull, counting time until the next rip, the next mend, the next stolen thread. Byzantium's ghost rolls on. Needle rests. A feathered thump interrupts the quiet, wings folding like snapped sails. As the gull lands on the leeward rail, it hops toward your sprawl of tools, head cocked obsidian, eye dissecting your half-mendied canvas. You freeze, needle midair, caught under avian scrutiny. Years patching sails, yet never judged by a beak before. The bird pecks at loose threads, methodical, tilting its head with each tug. Historians note Genoese sailors, considered gulls sacred, messengers from St. Elmo, keeping ships off rocks. You doubt divinity here, this one's eyeing your waxed thread like stolen squid. A rogue wave rocks the cog, sending the bird skittering sideways, its dignity intact. Not up to standard. You murmur, voice raspy from hours of silence. The gull responds with a derisive squawk, fluffing its storm-gray breast feathers. You grin, realizing your stitches do zigzag like a drunk's footprints. Maybe the birds right. Sailors whispered gulls carried drowned men's souls, judging shoddy, rigging before storms. You check the horizon clear, just indigo swallowing stars. It struts across the patch, yellow claws testing, each seam pausing at the Byzantine silk you buried under hemp. A low croon escapes its throat, almost approving. Odd you'd heard tales of seagulls stealing shiny objects, wedding rings, tin mirrors, even a Bolognese merchant's monocle once. But this, the thread stays ignored, wind gusts ruffling the gull's feathers into a jabot collar, giving it the look of a stuffy port inspector. You snort, startling yourself, a dry chuckle cracking the night's stillness. Your first laugh since moonrise, the bird glares offended, its dignity ruffled. A rogue hemp strand dangles near its claw. The gull snaps it up, swallowing the fiber whole. Unfazed, medieval bestiaries claimed seabirds ate canvas threads. To calm stormy seas, nonsense fishermen peddled to hike rope prices. You resist tossing another strand. No need to encourage scavengers. It resumes patrol, pecking at tar blobs, rejecting each with a headshake. Fastidious little critic. Moonlight catches its eye liquid black, ignoring your blistered hands entirely, self-absorbed as a Phoenician noble. You shift, wood creaking beneath your knee, and the gull startles skyward in a flurry of wings. It circles twice, screeching accusations, before diving toward the galley chimney. Headed for breakfast scraps, no doubt. Silence pools back, smothering as sailcloth, yet lighter now. Absurd how a scavenger's visit lifts fatigue's weight. A memory surfaces, young deckhand in Pisa, watching gulls snatch biscuit crumbs from your palm. That boat sank off Corsica 2 years later. Birds probably survived. The sail lies waiting, last 3 stitches still naked. Needle finds your grip without thought, a lifelong dance. Your stitches straighten, slightly under remembered scrutiny. Clever to have a mending overseer, even if feather-brained. Dawn strengthens, velvet sky peeling back to pale gray. Tar scent thins, replaced by wet wool and distant rain. Wind picks up gentle, but the gull doesn't return. Been judged, found adequate, dismissed. Victory's a lonely thing. Deck timbers grown familiar as an old friend's voice. You tie off the last knot, biting the thread, like your father taught you 60 tides back. Salty tang blooms on your tongue, hemp and hope. Far off, the gull's cry pierces the morning, taunting or cheering. You'll never know. Your lamp gutters, a dying heartbeat of light, painting rope shadows like drunken giants across the deck. Whale oil's bitter scent hangs thick. Genoese cogs burned barrels of it nightly, though none would waste a drop come dawn. One last golden flicker, then the wick drowns in darkness, leaving you moon-drunk and squinting. 3 hours since the gull's verdict, dawn still flexing its pink knuckles far east. Silence clings now denser than fog, only the mast's wooden sighs slicing through. You stretch your neck, cracks echoing louder than Byzantium's falling walls, and lick salt crust from your lips. Stolen solitude this fragile hour before watchmen snort awake. A rat scritches below decks, navigational genius of its kind, avoiding last night's traps. Medieval vermin were said to predict storms, nibbling ropes before squalls hit. But this one's just hungry. Your stomach growls backup vocals. Stars bleach overhead, cold witnesses to your mending triumph. Thread ends prick your palm like tiny rebukes, reminding you of skipped stitches. Historians still argue whether riggers slept with their tools, superstition claiming it warded off frayed lines. You unwind the wool wrap, tucking needle, and all against your ribs, just in case. Deck boards whisper beneath you, 60 years of salt, sweat, weeping from their pores. Your fingers trace a patched cannon scar, mended long before your birth. Barbary corsair hit, or so the tale goes. Wood remembers violence better than flesh. A muted splash rips the stillness, something breaching the surface astern. Not a fish's leap, too heavy, too deliberate. Your nape hairs rise like tiny sails. Old whispers flood back sailors, insisting this hour drew up drowned things, hungry for dawn's weakness. Rational thought mutters about seals, but reason feels flimsy as rotten canvas tonight. Brine bites your nostrils, sharper now, wind shifting landward as if fleeing the noise. You clutch your wrap tighter, wool rough as a long dead captain's tongue. 14 galleys you've served, yet this pre-dawn dread never dulls. Eastward, the horizon pales from void to bruised plum. You count heartbeats, an old trick to steady nerves. Some claimed mending sails, now pleased sea spirits, ensuring calm winds. Superstition sticks like tar to a sailor's spine. Your lamp's corpse clicks, metal cooling, an autopsy report only rats will hear. You miss its ochre glow, how it gilded your stitches into something holy. Moonlight's too honest, exposing every wobble in your seams. Footsteps echo from the forecastle, or is it just wave slaps mimicking stride? Watchmen shouldn't stir for another half hour. Captain's orders strict as cathedral stone. You strain your ears, hearing only the wind combing through rigging. Imagination's a mutinous crewmate at this hour. A yawn ambushes you, jaw-popping tears blurring the coiled ropes into silver serpents. Should nicked galley wine when you had the chance. Fatigue makes philosophers of us, all pondering why we mend things destined to shred again. That splash echoes again, closer now off the starboard flank. No ripple betrays it, water smooth as blown glass. You grip your awl, point aimed seaward, ridiculous against tons of hungry dark. The sea laughs in tidal shrugs. Dawn's blush intensifies, staining clouds the color of peeled plums. One gull slices the glow, a black cutout fleeing toward land. No raucous cry today, just wings harpooning the quiet. Somewhere below, a snore ruptures the silence, Bosun Arrigo's foghorn drone. Relief floods you warm as grog, anchoring reality again. You release the all embarrassed by your vigil and sink back against the mast. First birds now, sparrows maybe, their chirps tinny after the gull's opera. Lands close, maybe 20 knots west, the scent of thyme and damp soil seeping through salt. You suck the air like a starving man, nostrils craving anything not brined. Your lamp's glass feels cold against your palm, a dead sun cradled there. You pocket it, habit stronger than sense, oil stains blooming on your trousers. The captain will demand receipts for every dram burned. Pale light licks the deck, washing away night's secrets. Shadows retreat scurrying like whipped dogs beneath hatches. Solitude crumbles now, second by second, as footsteps thud above the galley. They'll find you here, pretending to inspect your repairs, dignity salvaged through performance. A yawn cracks your face, tongue tasting last night's onion stew and resin. Time to vanish, ghost yourself below decks before watches change. You rise, bones protesting like old rigging, and step toward the companionway. The sea sighs, one final push against the hull, as if begging you to stay. Stubborn, you keep moving, blistered fingers already twitching for tomorrow's needle. One tiny rent remains your excuse to return, unmended as a borrowed promise. Daybreak shatters across the waves, a mirror fleet attacking the horizon. You duck below, salt crusting your lashes, the taste of stolen, quiet still sweet on your tongue. Your eyelids scrape like barnacles, with each blink, vision, blurring the coiled ropes into sleeping snakes. Pine resin stings the air. Galley slaves stoke the first fire, its smoke curling through deck cracks like gray ghosts. That rosemary tang sharp as a Marseille fishwife's tongue makes your nose twitch. Sailors swore burnt rosemary warded off sea witches, though none could name what a witch smelled like. Half-mended canvas still drapes your lap, needle dangling mid-stitch like a hanged man. Muscles hum the dull song of 3 hours, crouching on salt-gnawed planks. Your thumb finds the unmended rent, a tiny mouth begging for tomorrow's thread. Through the smoke haze, deck beams ripple like river water. Someone shouts for salt pork below, voices muffled by the hold's woolen gloom. The cog sways, gentler now, currents debating whether to rock or still. Historians still argue whether crews chewed frankincense gum to fight fatigue. No trace in cargo manifests. Your jaw grinds nothing but grit and wishfulness. Wood smoke thickens, hazing the last stars still clinging to the eastern gunwale. Each breath tastes of charred saints, incense from 100 Genoese masses seeping from timber. Sea cradles the hull, old lullabies hummed through a waterlogged throat. Your needle pricks the canvas again, barely feeling it, thread pulled by dream-sodden fingers. Silky strands unravel behind your eyes now, the sail transforming into Ligurian wheat fields at dusk. 3 green rows, then 5, stitched by your father's calloused hands. Cool soil seeps through your leggings. Why is it warm? Why does it rock? A pot clangs below, iron on iron, shocking the fields into splintered deckwood. You flinch, needle jerking sideways, thread snarling like a rat in a trap. blistered fingers stiffen, angry at the interruption. Mediterranean cogs used pine tar for caulking, a fact as unchanging as sailors' blisters. 14 years gone, still scrubbing that stench from your nails. Smoke wisps curl around the mast base, dancing like Almohad fire worshippers you once saw in Almeria. Charcoal lines their faces, or is that just soot from the galley vent, lips moving in silent chant, your all clatters rolling toward the scuppers, but you let it flee. Rosemary smoke paints visions now, mother stirring saffron broth in a blackened pot. Steam licks her weathered neck, the Marseille kitchen where you darned sails for francs, 5 coins per storm rent canvas, never enough for shoes without holes. The broth smells real, onions caramelizing in some far-off present, tongue flooding with phantom saliva. Through half-shut eyes, watchmen's boots tromp overhead, their voices sandpaper against the quiet. You pretend sleep, cheek pressed to sun-warmed oak breath, sinking with the tide's pull. Historians bicker over midnight repairs, whether sailors used nux vomica to stay alert. Dry your throat, says no, unless hunger hallucinates bitterness. Salt crust glitters on the railing like false diamonds, dawn's glare slicing between coils of tarred hemp. Your needle drags again, unanchored from conscious will, patching dream wounds in Phoenician sails. Stitches curve where they shouldn't, thread looping like mating eels. Yet the canvas accepts them, hungry for any kindness. A gull's shriek jerks your neck upward, revealing sky where deck beams should be. You float, how knees still bent against solid wood, yet clouds wheel where the hold's gloom ruled. Wave crests unfurl below like bolts of indigo linen, waiting for your shears. Your needle gleams silver, suddenly miles long, piercing the horizon's folded edge. Galley clatter returns harsh as a scrubbed deck, anchoring you back to splintered reality. Eyelids peel apart gummy with salt and exhaustion. That rosemary ghost lingers, but the smoke's shifted to burning tallow now. Someone dumped fat into the flames again, the stench of cheap heresy. Your spine protests as you straighten, vertebrae cracking like a carrack's timbers in frost. The sail lies half-mendied in your lap, dream stitches sagging like drunkards, smiles. Morning light exposes their wobbling path, embarrassing in the merciless sun. You scratch them out, awake now, needle scraping, fibers raw. Deckhands swarm the ratlins now, shouting about Sardinian sightings, their words buzzing like flies. Let them crow. You lick the thread's end, tongue stinging from pine tar residue, and pierce fresh linen. 1 stitch, 2, 3, each a nail in night's coffin. Galley boys haul up breakfast, reeking lentils sloshing in wooden pails. The bosun bellows, Jesus left the fire burning, kick that damn boy. Wood smoke clots your throat, coughs hacking like a broken pump. Laughter erupts somewhere, sharp as musket shots, then dies. You squint at the horizon, pink dissolving into hard blue. Lands a charcoal smear west, your Marseille wheat fields long rotted. The needle moves without you again, weaving memories into hemp. Mother's face unravels with each pull, threads becoming sea spray, salt silvered, and impossible to grasp. Fatigue wins, chin dropping, needle stabbing your thigh through woolen serge. The sting feels distant, happening to someone else's leg. Smoke coils resume their dance, now twisting into Flemish lace collars, Medici sleeves, Moorish headscarves. Every patch you've ever sewn parades overhead, bleeding indigo and madder dye. Rigging creaks, wind freshening, sails puffing like a baker's pride. Your dream-patched canvas flutters among them, a laughingstock. It won't hold. It shouldn't hold. But sailcloth forgives what humans won't, swallowing crooked stitches like communion wine. Someone kicks your boot, a Rigo's sea-blacked toenail poking through leather. Nap on your own watch, he grunts, not mine. You jerk upright, world-tilting canvas, sliding to the deck. He stomps away, spitting phlegm that misses your knee by an inch. The galley smoke thins, dawn breeze scattering its last tendrils. You touch the sail's edge, brief warmth there from sun, or dream blood left untested. Needle finds its sheath at last, blistered fingers trembling as wool wraps them. No one notices when you slump against the capstan, eyes chasing smoke-smudged clouds. Let them think you rest. Dreams still cling cobwebs on a tomb, their whispers softer than the wave's oldest lies. Below deck, pine resin sweetens the shadows, promising nothing, asking nothing. As sleep drags you under at last, your eyelids scrape like barnacles, with each blink, vision, blurring the coiled ropes into sleeping snakes. Pine resin stings the air. Galley slaves stoke the first fire, its smoke curling through deck cracks like gray ghosts. That rosemary tang sharp as a Marseille fishwife's tongue makes your nose twitch. Sailors swore burnt rosemary warded off sea witches, though none could name what a witch smelled like. Half-mended canvas still drapes your lap, needle dangling mid-stitch like a hanged man. Muscles hum the dull song of 3 hours, crouching on salt-gnawed planks. Your thumb finds the unmended rent, a tiny mouth begging for tomorrow's thread. Through the smoke haze, deck beams ripple like river water. Someone shouts for salt pork below, voices muffled by the hold's woolen gloom. The cog sways, gentler now, currents debating whether to rock or still. Historians still argue whether crews chewed frankincense gum to fight fatigue. No trace in cargo manifests. Your jaw grinds nothing but grit and wishfulness. Wood smoke thickens, hazing the last stars still clinging to the eastern gunwale. Each breath tastes of charred saints, incense from 100 Genoese masses seeping from timber. Sea cradles the hull, old lullabies hummed through a waterlogged throat. Your needle pricks the canvas again, barely feeling it, thread pulled by dream-sodden fingers. Silky strands unravel behind your eyes now, the sail transforming into Ligurian wheat fields at dusk. 3 green rows, then 5, stitched by your father's calloused hands. Cool soil seeps through your leggings. Why is it warm? Why does it rock? A pot clangs below, iron on iron, shocking the fields into splintered deckwood. You flinch, needle jerking sideways, thread snarling like a rat in a trap. Blistered fingers stiffen, angry at the interruption. Mediterranean cogs used pine tar for caulking, a fact as unchanging as sailors' blisters. 14 years gone, still scrubbing that stench from your nails. Smoke wisps curl around the mast base, dancing like Almohad fire worshippers you once saw in Almeria. Charcoal lines their faces, or is that just soot from the galley vent, lips moving in silent chant? Your all clatters, rolling toward the scuppers, but you let it flee. Rosemary smoke paints visions now, mother stirring saffron broth in a blackened pot. Steam licks her weathered neck, the Marseille kitchen where you darned sails for francs. 5 coins per stormrent canvas, never enough for shoes without holes. The broth smells real onions, caramelizing in some far-off present, tongue flooding with phantom saliva. Through half-shut eyes, watchmen's boots tromp overhead, their voices sandpaper against the quiet. You pretend sleep, cheek pressed to sun-warmed oak, breath sinking with the tide's pull. Historians bicker over midnight repairs, whether sailors used nux vomica to stay alert. Dry your throat, says no, unless hunger hallucinates bitterness. Salt crust glitters on the railing like false diamonds, dawn's glare slicing between coils of tarred hemp. Your needle drags again, unanchored from conscious will, patching dream wounds in Phoenician sails. Stitches curve where they shouldn't, thread looping like mating eels. Yet the canvas accepts them, hungry for any kindness. A gull's shriek jerks your neck upward, revealing sky where deck beams should be. You float, how knees still bent against solid wood, yet clouds wheel where the hold's gloom ruled. Wave crests unfurl below like bolts of indigo linen, waiting for your shears. Your needle gleams silver, suddenly miles long, piercing the horizon's folded edge. Galley clatter returns harsh as a scrubbed deck, anchoring you back to splintered reality. Eyelids peel apart gummy with salt and exhaustion. That rosemary ghost lingers, but the smoke's shifted to burning tallow now. Someone dumped fat into the flames again, the stench of cheap heresy. Your spine protests as you straighten, vertebrae cracking like a carrack's timbers in frost. The sail lies half-mended in your lap, dream stitches sagging like drunkards' smiles. Morning light exposes their wobbling path, embarrassing in the merciless sun. You scratch them out, awake now, needle scraping, fibers raw. Deckhands swarm the ratlins now, shouting about Sardinian sightings, their words buzzing like flies. Let them crow. You lick the thread's end, tongue stinging from pine tar residue, and pierce fresh linen, 1 stitch, 2, 3, each a nail in night's coffin. Galley boys haul up breakfast, reeking lentils sloshing in wooden pails. The boatswain bellows, Jesus left the fire burning, kick that damn boy. Wood smoke clots your throat, coughs hacking like a broken pump. Laughter erupts somewhere sharp as musket shots, then dies. You squint at the horizon pink, dissolving into hard blue, lands a charcoal smear west. Your Marseille wheat fields, long rotted. The needle moves without you again, weaving memories into hemp. Mother's face unravels, with each pull, threads becoming sea spray, salt silvered, and impossible to grasp. Fatigue wins, chin dropping, needle stabbing your thigh through woolen serge. The sting feels distant, happening to someone else's leg. Smoke coils resume their dance, now twisting into Flemish lace collars, Medici sleeves, Moorish headscarves. Every patch you've ever sewn parades overhead, bleeding indigo and madder dye. Rigging creaks, wind freshening, sails puffing like a baker's pride. Your dream-patched canvas flutters among them, a laughing stock. It won't hold. It shouldn't hold. But sailcloth forgives what humans won't, swallowing crooked stitches like communion wine. Someone kicks your boot, a Rigo's sea-blacked toenail poking through leather. Nap on your own watch, he grunts, not mine. You jerk upright, world-tilting canvas, sliding to the deck. He stomps away, spitting phlegm that misses your knee by an inch. The galley smoke thins, dawn breeze, scattering its last tendrils. You touch the sail's edge, brief warmth there from sun, or dream blood left untested. Needle finds its sheath at last, blistered fingers trembling as wool wraps them. No one notices when you slump against the capstan, eyes chasing smoke-smudged clouds. Let them think you rest. Dreams still cling cobwebs on a tomb, their whispers softer than the waves' oldest lies. Below deck pine resin sweetens the shadows, promising nothing, asking nothing, as sleep drags you under at last. You hiss as raw skin splits, knuckle weeping crimson onto hemp fibers. Thread pulls tight, weaving your blood with the sail's coarse skin. Old hands warned of this, scuffed fingers around tavern tables, claiming sails baptized in mender's blood never tear. Superstition sticks like tar, even as you wipe red droplets onto your serge breeches, still warm. Wind gusts, testing your stitches, stretching the newly bound rent. The cog heals, salt spray stinging your fresh wounds. A Genoese captain once told you sails remember pain, each mended tear singing warnings to the tempest. You snort, palms smearing red across the canvas. Mark this one then, show the storm our teeth. Blisters bloom along your thumb's ridge, angry pearls pushing through leathery skin. Stiffness spreads, each tug of thread grinding bone against itself. 12 drops counted, red joining indigo dye in the patchwork. Historians debate whether ship's menders ranked equal to carpenters. In payrolls logs, burned in Alexandria's archives, settle nothing. Your aching wrist votes no. A wave slaps the hull, sudden swaying your lamp, till shadows writhe like gin. Flame gutters, light catching the glint of Byzantine gold spun into your thread. Plunder from some forgotten raid, luxury turned labor. Now holding this workman's cloth together, your needle dips, tugging silk through hemp, unequal marriage bound by necessity. Deckhands shout above, bare feet slapping wood as sails snap taut. Their cries mean nothing, you're knee-deep in the sail's anatomy, veins of jute and arteries of flax. One particularly jagged tier resembles the Ligurian coast, ripped headlands and frayed coves. You conquer Porto Vener, stitch by stitch, flattening its cliffs with waxed thread. Blood dries brown, a gritty paste between fingerprints. Strange how well it bonds to tar. Your palm throbs, beat matching the waves against the keel. Sailors called this sea-kissed, when pain sinks with the ocean's pulse, a brutal lullaby. Salvation for the queasy, agony for the rest. Thread rasping now gouging fresh trenches in calloused flesh. Each stitch costs more knuckles locking like rusted padlocks. Rain starts cold nails, hammering the deck, needle slipping in your grip. They say Viking sail-menders chewed juniper bark to numb their hands, tart juices staining lips blue. You've only rainwater and stubbornness, swallowing curses instead. A longer gash yawns, threadbare edges crumbling beneath your touch. Panic flutters, then stills. Cradling the wound, you pour liquid tar along its lips, searing fibers into submission. Resin fumes twist into visions, smoke becoming dockyards at Marseille, cauldrons bubbling under teenage hands. 13 years old, hair singed by pitch sparks, blisters breeding beneath father's watchful scowl. His voice ghosts through the downpour, Patching's prayer. Girl-tight stitches keep souls aboard. Lightning forks, illuminating your bloodied tapestry. Work gloves hang useless on your belt, leather too slippery for fine repairs. Rain smooths the canvas, making threads swell and cling, a small mercy. You lap seawater off torn fingertips, salt biting, then pierce the cloth anew. A rat noses your knee, drawn by blood-scent, beady eyes glinting. You flick the awl missing, but the creature flees into shadow. Vermin aside, this floating world feels holy now, a chapel of straining ropes and aching sinews. Even the boatswain's shouts muffle, drowned by rain's white hymn. Hours blur, taut sail, becoming your own skin stretched thin. One final knot, reef style, cinched with teeth when fingers fail. Done. Raw hands hover over THE Chinese letter, prodding for weaknesses. Rain rinses away the last red streaks, leaving only your crooked legacy in thread. Wind billows the canvas, straining your handiwork, but the tears hold. You sag back, meeting damp planks, letting rain cleanse your burning eyes. Victory tastes of copper and wet wool. Rigging hums, wind plucking the stays like an oud's strings. Above the patched sail blocks the stars, your blood, now part of its dark geometry. Fingers curl, stiffening into claws, prelude to tomorrow's stiffness. Midnight bells clang, a dull echo through the storm's retreat. Bloodied threads will fade, scars will toughen, and this night's work will join the sail's buried histories. You smile, baring salt-crusted teeth, as sleep drags you under. Let storms come. The cloth remembers. Your fingertips skate across the sail's mottled surface, each patch whispering its birth month beneath the grime. July's linen feels different than November's jute, Summer fibers, sun-bleached and lazy, winter threads, gnawed raw by sirocco winds. Genoese ships timed repairs to trade routes. April sailcloth came from Lombardy looms, August hemp from Baltic barges. Yet here, in this quilt of seasons, you feel the years strung like beads on salt-crusted twine. June announces itself first, a swath of bleached flax, soft as a dowager's handkerchief. Dandelion seeds still cling to one corner, fluff turned brittle time capsules from some Po Valley meadow. You wink at them, gossamer threads, escaping their linen prison, cottonwood snow in reverse. Sailors rarely choose their thread. July gales rip, port masters toss, whatever moth-bitten scrap they have. October bristles beneath your touch coarse, jute stabbing calluses like hedgehog quills, itchy harvest moon work stitched by lantern light as storms scratched at the horizon. Rumors claim jute repels barnacles, dead men swear by it. Historians debate whether medieval crews timed repairs to lunar cycles. Logbooks shed no light, only water stains, a slash of sun-faded crimson winks, a March mend from Barcelona docks. Cheap madder dye, half the cost of Tyrian purple, but just as loud. Mules had dragged the fabric up the gangplank, braying protests, drowned by bosun's curses. You'd sewn beside a one-eyed Catalan, his needle flashing silver telling lies about cleaving Moorish heads. Half his stitches unraveled within a week, the red now weeping pink tears. April's repair gives you pause, foreign cotton fine as spider silk. Moorish weavers spun this, you're certain each thread humming Granadas last summers before the cross swept south. Stolen likely from some capsized dhow, pirates called this sea silk treasure plucked from drowning hands. Yet here it serves, holding together, Genoese hemp, irony stitched tight as your reef knots. January's patch feels like betrayal, waterlogged wool from an English trader, soggy memories of channel sleet, fingers too numb to thread needles, brandy shared from a first mate's flask. English wool stinks when wet, sheep's reek, surviving salt and storms. Secretly, you admire its stubbornness, refusing to drown elegantly. 15 winters later, it's sprouting moss like a churchyard tombstone. August linen remembers heat, docked in Piraeus, while merchants haggled over Corinthian raisins. Sweat had glued the fabric to your chest needle, slipping in slick fingers. Cicadas screamed, or was it the ship's cat in the rigging? Memory blurs at the edges. Ooze thick on your tongue, a cook's kindness, or poison you never asked. September brings roughness, Nile Delta hemp, studded with reed fragments. The tier had matched the shape of Pharaoh's Island. You'd mendied Alexandria's silhouette one hungover dawn. Historians still argue whether Egyptian cotton reached Genoa before Marco Polo's travels. Your fingers remember papyrus fibers snagging thread. December's mend is priestly wool, black as a friar's robe, salvaged from a sack of spoiled lentils. Ravenna's winter winds had howled through its weave needle freezing to your lip once ripping skin. Faith smells like wet sheep, you decided, biting the thread with chattering teeth. May cotton winks floral, faint rose patterns, surviving salt and sun. Marseille courtesan's petticoat, tossed to you during a dockside brawl, silk purses into sows' ears. 16 years ago her laughter had outshrilled the gulls. Now only thornless roses remain, velvet ghosts under your calluses. November jute scratches again, defiant, a month that loved testing your patience. Turk's head knots secured its edges, overkill, but you were young then. Show off stitches for a bosun who never glanced twice. This patch survived 4 cannon shots, used as a surgeon's table, doubled as a shroud once. February whispers, lamb's wool, Burian stolen during a week anchored off saggers. Might be cursed, the shepherd hurled rocks at your longboat, shouting Galician hexes, while goats stared. Storm hit 3 days later, split the mainmast, but this patch stayed taut. Maybe wool mocks godly wrath, maybe saints protect thieves. March linen feels familiar, same Marseille weave you used 15 summers back. Self-referential itch, mending old mends, the sail folding time into layers. You poke a protruding thread, singular rebellion against order, and let it stand. September hemp begs for tar, dry lips, cracking under your scrutiny. Rewards neglect, this one thrives when forgotten. Like Genoa's alchemists, it transforms indifference into durability. Maggots tried eating it last year, gave up doubtless cursing at the taste. April's Moorish cotton winks again, golden strand catching the dying lantern light. Luxuries always float to the top, or is it blasphemies that refuse to sink? You can't decide. Your needle hesitates, hovering over the timeline, then retreats. One tiny rent remains, naked threads trembling near the leech line. Tomorrow's problem. Your fishing line, not worn smooth after 7 voyages, secures the needle case. Wind shifts, plucking at patches, playing your stitches like a reed flute. Let historians debate the ethics of mending timelines. Your calendar ticks in hemp and sweat. Always leave 1 tear for tomorrow's hands to heal. The needle's point hesitates, a bronze star above that final breach in the fabric. You exhale, lowering your hand, letting the unmended threads tremble like beggars denied alms. Perfection would mean banishment. A repaired sail needs no tender. And what's a mender without wounds to heal? Genoese captains prized sailors who left purposeful flaws, a superstition born from dry docks. A ship too whole might anger jealous gods. Your thumb traces the rent's edge, raw hemp thirsty. For tar, tomorrow's problem, whispering tonight's lullaby. Lantern oil sputters, casting fitful shadows across the sail's patchwork empires, like Rome's mosaic floors. This canvas remembers fallen kingdoms, Egyptian flax, Andalusian cotton, Lombard hemp. Historians argue whether Mediterranean sails carried fewer patches before compasses spread. Old texts claim merchants sewed by starlight alone. Your reef knots know the truth. Progress only changes what rips, not the needling hands that repair. Tar scent thickens as dew settles, the cog rocking slower now, tired as your burnt fingertips. You unravel a frayed thread from yesterday's work. Pretend it's a Moorish queen's hair. Grant her exile a gentler end. Sailors whispered that 9th century Algiers had cloth-snipping thieves who'd steal patches from unattended sails, storing them in hollowed ostrich eggs. You stash your needles, much safer, sheathed in lamb's wool, beside moon-cooled resin. That stubborn tear gapes, maybe half an inch, edges curling like the lips of men who laughed when you chose mending over gunnery. Let them splinter their eardrums, firing bombards. You've got arthritic poetry in every knuckle. Wind plucks the loose threads, playing a 2-note dirge for completion. You hum along, off-key, knowing dawn's light will itch to close what night left undone. Between 2 patches of lion silk, Augustus's last dawn bleeds crimson into the weave. Threadbare emperor, outliving his empire by stubbornness alone. Your knee bumps the coiled rope beside you, hemp serpents hissing against oak planks. Old Black Sea traders swore ropes grew longer in moonlight, measured their growth with fishbone knives, a yarn for drunk riggers. Yet your knuckles brush the fibers, half expecting damp secrets. Crickets sing from shore, invisible troubadours mocking your solitude. Salt crusts your eyelashes when you blink, each blink measuring time until watchmen stir. You count heartbeats instead, the rhythm syncing with waves, slapping the hull, restless as that unfinished tier. 16th century Genoa paid guild menders extra for deliberate flaws. Power hidden in holy emptiness, like Phoenician glassblowers, leaving one bubble intact. Fingernail scrapes the canvas near the rent, feeling May cotton sigh beneath June flax. Threads cross borders without permits, empires stitched into truce. Your needle, the only diplomat they trust. Tomorrow's repair will cost you noontime glare, pitch blisters, a bosun's mocking scrutiny. To have purpose, though, is to court blisters. Somewhere beneath the deck, the astrolabe dreams of meridians, bronze colder than a miser's smile. You left one star uncharted on its face, tiny rebellion against mathematics. Ancient Baghdad astronomers argued true north lived inside uncut gemstones, traded their best charts for sapphires, whispering desert wind songs. Scoff if you like, but your unfinished tear holds similar magic. Cut the last thread, sail becomes stranger, repairer becomes relic. Wind finds the hole, whistling the shanty your father croaked when fever took him. You mouth the words, salt on tongue, promise clenching your throat. The cog still needs caulking, ropes need tarring, galley rats need hunting. None of it matters as much as tomorrow's reason to kneel here, needle poised like hope. Lantern gutters, last flame drowning in oil darkness spreading like that first unpatched tear years back. Soon watchmen's boots will scuff planks, bulls stomping through chapel silence. But now, this moment, the fault line where night's tapestry frays, you guard that tiny rent like a heretic guarding doubt. Your fingers find the wool-wrapped needle case, threads still warm from hours of friction. Slide it home, palms stinging, blisters already pledging allegiance to sunrise. Unfinished means possibility, an emperor without heir, a compass missing north. Historians will parse your stitches centuries hence, argue whether that final gap showed fatigue, wisdom, or some third thing unknowable to landlocked minds. Deck timber creaks, cargo holds exhale brine-scented secrets, and that rebellious tear flutters its eyelash threads. Your knees unstick from planking as dawn stains the horizon. One backward glance, sail rippling like a lover's goodbye, wave the tear, winking beneath milky stars. You whisper 7 Moorish words for almost, promise written in negative space, then descend to dreaming. Watchmen's footsteps drum overhead as you curl into rat-guarded shadows. Sleep pulls like tide, dragging you under to anchor beside the astrolabe's hushed bronze dreams. In 4 hours, you vow, blistered hands will soothe that canvas sob. For now, let daybreak believe it won. The final thread remains dangling unbroken. The bronze needle sinks into its lamb's wool cradle, blunted tip-kissing threads from 16 other voyages. Your shears fold like a grumpy old man's arms, hinges sighing after hours of chewing hemp. Palms throb, that sweet ache of work well surrendered, as you press them against dew-slick oak planking. The patched sail hangs slack now, triumphant rag fluttering with mere breezes, as if exhausted by its own mending marathon. Genoese riggers always stored tools before true dawn, believing twilight hours blurred the lines between sailor and saint. You stretch, knuckles popping like pine sap on fire, and tuck the wool bundle beneath the aft bench. That's where a century of menders hid their kits, wood grain worn smooth by generations of guilty palms. Historians still argue whether 15th century sails leaned more on wool or linen patches. Examine any museum piece and find both interwoven. Salt crusts your eyelids when you blink, each blink slower than the last. Waves lick the hull, toneless lullabies the sea hums to ships and widows alike. Your lamp gutters out oil fumes mixing with brine as the sail's shadow stretches long across deck. Roman cargo logs mention sails repaired with scrap toga cloth, senators, purple, peeking through fishermen's mendings. You'd trade 3 barrels of pitch to see that mismatched grandeur. 2 gulls land near the mast, judges in gray robes eyeing your work. One pecks at a tar spot, lifts its beak sticky, regrets life choices. Rigging clinks overhead, wind threading lines like some heavenly loom at play. Wool merchants whispered that unchristened sheep produced weaker fleece. Hence all those bored priests blessing pastures. But the gull cares nothing for heresy as it flies off. Your fingers brush the sail's newest patch, Byzantine silk, stiffened with pine resin, a drunk trader's payment from September. Beneath it lies that stubborn, unmended tear, flinching with each gust like a shy mouth. Dawn pinks the eastern clouds, signaling watchmen to stir in their hammocks. Yet you linger. 12 generations of Mediterranean menders probably died mid-stitch, their ghosts still hissing at leave a gap. Tar pot cools beside your knee, congenating into something resembling toxic honey. You swipe a splinter off its rim, flick it into the waves, watch it vanish. Moorish lamp makers once mixed ship's tar with rose oil, claiming it warded off nightmares. The resulting stench must cured insomnia, if not despair. Sourdough bread sounds lovely instead, your belly growls approval. But dawn bread waits for deck scrubbing. Distant shouting drifts from shore, Genoa's docks waking restless as ever. The cog creaks, gentler now, rocking like a grandmother's chair. Your stump-legged stool wobbles, one loose peg suggesting mutiny. So you surrender and sit on planks instead. Dutch shipwrights designed self-leveling chairs for rough seas, clever thing on gimbals. But Genoa preferred sworn discomfort. Suffering builds character, or so claimed every bosun who ever swung a rope end. Resin glues your fingertips together, each separation a tiny birth ache. You peel them slowly, savoring the sting, till skin parts in size. Morning's first cormorant dives, offshore spearing silver fish, where your reflection just floated. Lonely work mending, yet shared with every creature chasing dawn. Black water turns bottle green, clouds flushing gold at the edges, the sky rubbed raw by light. Footsteps echo below deck, steward clanging galley pots, as smells of burnt oats invade the air. You count heartbeats against the mooring line's creaks, knowing solitude's lease expires in minutes. Venice's sail-menders unionized in 1534, won the right to drink wine on duty, which explains several hundred crooked stitches documented in port logs. Your needle case hides beneath the wool, shadows clinging like guilt to its shape. You inhale wood smoke from shore, evidence of bakers beating dough into submission, and exhale spent ambition. What's one missing stitch against millennia of unraveled plans? The question floats unanswered as seagulls now swarm above some fishmonger's cart. One last caress for the canvas, fingertips reading its braille of repairs, and you rise, knees scream, lower back groaning, as the ship rolls beneath your brine-softened boots. Aragonese captains once paid extra for sails mended at dawn, superstition, claiming those stitches snared sunbeams for speed. The crew mocked it till ships outran storms. Then everyone suddenly believed. Tools stowed, spirit untethered, you lean against the mast as colors riot overhead. Indigo retreats, cobalt bleeds into gold, the horizon, a knife cut between worlds. 2 fishing ketches glide past, their patched sails mirroring yours, silent nod between craftsmen. Marseille weavers wove hidden prayers into sailcloth, wool crosses tucked where only gales could read them. Deck boards warm underfoot, sunrise apologizing for night's chill as the first watchman yawns up the ladder. His beard glints copper, eyes squinting, nodding at your shadowed form. You return the greeting, no words, him heading toward the bow, you toward dreams below. Sea claims the stern now, waves chopping sunlight into fractured coins. Wind rifling the sails, untorn edge, your fingers flex, memorizing this emptiness, as hatch hinges moan shut behind you. Somewhere a thread still quivers, one loose end tapping Morse code against the mast. It's him, fading with your footsteps. Hempen strands relax their taut gossip sailors, knots loosening in the rising heat as quayside merchants start their barking symphony. The patched canvas drinks light, stained glass of the penniless, testament to night's stubborn labor. Below deck, your hammock sways, empty cradle promising what rest it can offer. Tides shift unseen, anchoring sand whispers through kelp forests, the cog settling into daylight's chains. Salt crusts every surface now, proof night existed, as you shed boots with a groan. Palms press against the ship's spine, feeling her old heart pulse through timber, knowing she'll weep again come dusk. The final grain of darkness dissolves in the hold's corners you'll revisit when stars relearn their positions. Needle sleeps, shears rust, your breath steadies into tides. The sea exhales, claiming dominion as you finally close your eyes. Watchmen's boots thud overhead, groggy rhythm shaking sawdust from ceiling beams as dawn licks the hold's ladder. You blink, eyelids gritted with dried salt, counting 3 distinct footfalls before moving. Genoa's harbor regulations demanded triple checks of mooring lines at sunrise. Paranoia left from the great storm of 1382. Your fingers brush the hammock's edge, fabric still warm with stolen sleep, before sliding onto chilled floorboards. Resin clings under your nails, ghost of last night's repairs, as you climb toward noise and light. Deck air stings clean and briny, washing away the hold scent of mildew and sour wool. 2 junior riggers avoid your gaze, busying themselves with coil inspections, bathed in yolk yellow sunlight. One trips over a hawser, caught fibbing about knot tying skills last week, now cursed with eternal rope duty. The patched sail swells, billowing like a proud chest, as dawn wind combs through its threads. You trace a mended tear near the clue, your stitches holding firm, while silk patches glow like stained glass. Historians still argue whether dawn repairs lasted longer, stitches tightening with daylight, or if it's just sailor superstition. The sail answers with a contented snap, snagging breeze like a fisherman's net. Galley smoke drifts aft, burnt oats meeting pine pitch, a breakfast smell older than Christendom. Your stomach growls, locked in silent rebellion, as the ship's boy rattles spoons below deck. Moorish cooks once spiced morning gruel with crushed pearls, believing it sharpened eyesight for spotting reefs, though you'd settle for unburnt bread. Watch Captain Bellini stomps past, mustache twitching, spewing Ligurian curses at a loose halyard. His boot pauses near your shadow, recognition dawning, before he grunts approval at the sail. Veteran crews whispered that menders held half magic, capable of sewing luck into canvas. Hence his sudden silence. You press a palm to the mast, feeling the hum of rigging under keening wind. Shouts erupt dockside, fishmongers battling over pilchard barrels, their feud staining the air like squid ink. The cog sways, gentler now as tides shift, a languid dance against bumpers. One gull lands on the yardarm, dropping a clam onto deck, shattering it near the starboard scupper. Free breakfast if you enjoy shell fragments, but the bird swoops down to claim its prize. Needle case weighs in your pocket, hidden thorn against daylight's demands, as merchants swarm the quay. Crimson banners unfurl outside spice warehouses, saffron and pepper perfuming the harbor, though your coins stay buttoned tight. Phoenician customs records list 37 stolen spice sacks, repurposed as sail patches in 1501, stupidity dressed as thrift. Salt crusts your lips when you smile, watching 3 barges collide in the channel, oars tangling like drunk centipedes. Dockmaster's whistle pierces the chaos, a sound that curdles blood as sailors dive to recoil lines. Your patch holds, canvas drum-taut against the growing sirocco, proving last night's labor wasn't vain. Hatch hinges scream behind you, steward emerging with bread loaves, charred offerings for the watch crew. You decline with a wave, retreating toward the ladder, as his frown carves deeper gullies in his face. Below deck, shadow swallows you whole, coolness kissing sweat-damp skin. Ratlins creak overhead, woven highways for riggers, as the cog groans into full wakefulness. Footsteps fade toward the bow, Bellini's curses softening, replaced by halyard shanties from the new recruits. Their pitch wobbles, a beached whale's lament, but enthusiasm almost makes it charming. You pause at your toolkit's hiding spot, aft bench smooth from generations of furtive touches, and flick resin off the wool bundle. One golden thread glints in the gloom, Byzantium's forgotten luxury, now binding honest hemp. Blisters pulse on your thumb, silent reminders, as the ship's heartbeat thrums through souls. A laugh escapes, raw and sudden, when the cook drops a pot below deck, its clang echoing like cathedral bells. Sleep deprivation does strange things, turns dropped spoons into comedy, but you smother the sound fast. Night menders shouldn't giggle at dawn, breaks the mystique. Sunlight claws down the ladder now, guillotine of gold severing holds darkness as voices multiply above. The patched sail thrums steady as a drum, while vendor's hawk wears dockside. Silver flashes in a fishwife's hand, morning's first earnings, as she fillets sea bass with vengeful speed. Your needle waits, dreaming of lamb's wool, as the cog strains against its moorings. Wind shifts, canvas bellows, the unmended tear near the leech fluttering like a trapped moth. You could fix it now, 5 stitches, but dawn belongs to the day crew. Hammock sways empty behind you, still imprinted with your shape, as riggers shout topside. Their jargon buzzes, half technical, half profane, a language only ships understand. You lean into the mast's shadow, inhaling pine tar and wet hemp, letting fatigue sweeten the air. A child's shout rises from the wharf, pure joy at glimpsing the painted figurehead, a mermaid clutching rusted anchors. Flagstones steam where sunlight strikes, night's dampness fleeing upward as the town sprawls awake. Barbers unfold chairs, blacksmiths rekindle forges, wives beat rugs from tenement windows. One deckhand nods at you, silent acknowledgement between night and day tribes, before hauling wash buckets aft. His fingers bear fresh rope burns, initiation rites, but he swings the sloshing pail like a trophy. Clean decks matter more than pride, or so they'll teach him by noon. The unmended tear flickers, playful, as wind teases its edges. Tomorrow's problem, tonight's invitation, stitched into tomorrow's to-do list. You touch the threadbare spot beside it, last week's repair wearing thin, and calculate the moon's phase. Mending follows tides more than calendars, a truth landlubbers rarely grasp. Ship's cat slinks past, damp fur bristling, fresh from a rat hunt near the bilges. It glares, yellow eyes judging your idle hands, before vanishing into a coil of sun-warmed rope. Below, invisible to all, the latest carcass drops with a thud. Watch bells clang brash and brassy, signaling the proper start of daytime circus. Your fingers itch for needle, thirst for night's return, but the moment folds itself away, canvas sighs, repaired yet restless, as you descend into shadow. The final grain of darkness waits below, cradled between casks of salted cod, a night smudge refusing dawn's bleach. You press palm to timber, farewell pat, as sea-swollen planks breathe against your skin. Needle sleeps. Sail remembers. You vanish, another spectral repairman, as sunlight floods the deck. Yet the smallest tear still tremors patient and knowing, awaiting your return when stars reclaim the sky. Watchmen's steps fade above, now just a dull murmur through worn deck boards as daylight settles warm on your shoulders. Breath comes slower now, lungs finally matching the tide's lazy sway, while resin-scented air soothes raw fingertips. That last tear near the leech still flutters, waiting songbird. But dawn isn't for mending hands. Cool shadow curls around you, soft as sailcloth, as you lean against salt-crusted timber. Heartbeats slow, sinking with creaking ropes, while the cog rocks like a giant's cradle. Cheers rise from some docked carrack, distant and unimportant, barely ruffling the stillness pooled at your feet. Blisters throb gently, reminders of honest work, as seagulls cry their hollow song. You close gritty eyes, not sleeping, just letting harbor sounds blur into white noise. Hammock ropes sigh nearby, empty sway, echoing your own tired rhythm, a lullaby stitched from hemp and hope. Salt crusts your lips when you smile, crisp reminder of midnight's sweat, now softened by morning coolness. Needle rests deep in your pocket, silent companion, already dreaming of lambswool stars. Below decks, timbers whisper stories older than Genoa, their language felt more than heard. Fog creeps over the water now, swallowing merchant barks, blurring sharp edges into dream stuff. Your last stitch glows faintly under thinning darkness, golden thread, humming, holding dawn back by slender hours. Breath deepens, chest rising like patched canvas, as tired bones melt into nourishing stillness. One gull lands near your boot, tilting its head, before flapping toward fish-scented winds. You count its wing beats, 20-50, until it dissolves into pearly mist. Rigging chimes overhead, rusty notes, gentler than any port bell. Darkness lingers sweet under the bowsprit, last sanctuary, where night's ghost still clings to tarred ropes. Blistered palms rise, open, receiving salt wind's cool blessing. No more thoughts of torn silk or captain's grudging nods, just the ship's steady exhalation beneath you. Dawn's gold fingers falter here, hesitant, shy around true makers of voyage magic. Eyelids flutter, not fighting sleep now, welcoming the velvet weight. Hammock sways, empty still, singing its wordless invitation. Needle sleeps. Sail remembers. You drift, half here, half in some tide-pulled dream, as shadows knit themselves around you. Fading now fading, the smallest tear still trembling, patient, knowing night always returns, wind hushes. Wood sighs, darkness gathers its borrowed threads, wrapping you whole, until only peace remains.